Welcome to the ESPNW Women in Sports Summit, presented by Toyota.
Yes, welcome back. Day 2 of our 11th annual ESPNW Women in Sports Summit. I am Sage Steele, Sports Center host, coming to you live from our studios in Bristol, Connecticut. Thrilled, honored, excited, a little bit nervous to be co-hosting, I'm kidding, with my awesome friend Sarah Spain, who does everything for us here at ESPN Live from our Chicago studios. How are you, Sarah?
We got the blue memo. We wear blue on Wednesdays.
Yes, we listen well to our producers, yes.
Yes.
How about day 1? You are the social media queen. I'm probably a step below you, but I was following closely yesterday, and the feedback from everything, all 4 live hours, was absolutely incredible. But one thing in particular, Sarah, and you and I have been talking about it ever since it ended yesterday, that mental health panel that you moderated, incredible. I learned so much. What was your take?
Yeah, how open and honest those athletes were, those incredible, talented, successful, powerful people being vulnerable in that moment, and how that touched people. And I just want to say, especially over the last couple months with COVID-19, a lot of people have talked about having anxiety, low levels of depression, or people who already had mental health challenges, how it's increased that. So I want to reach out and say, for all of you that supported that panel and thanked us for it, if you're struggling, if someone that you know is struggling, there are so many resources out there for you. I just have a couple because there are plenty, but the National Institute of Mental Health, NIMH.nih.gov. You can go there. You can also go to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, NAMI.org, or the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline if you want to call 1-800-273-8255. Whether you need to talk to someone or maybe someone you know needs to talk to somebody, I hope that panel helped you realize that communicating and connecting with other people about any of those challenges is the right answer and the freeing answer and the way to respond to any of those challenges. The feedback was amazing on that panel, but on the whole day in general, Sage, and like we've said before, the silver lining to not being able to be here in person is how many people can watch us via their computers, their phones. We got all sorts of great feedback on how people were watching. Here's just a couple that I loved. Okay, first of all, this one, The View. What's going on here? Where are they, and can I go to there? There was a tweet that this person posted. It's a shot of me on their computer, and behind them is the most beautiful, look at this.
Oh my goodness, where is that?
I don't know, but I want to go to there.
That's not fair.
I mean, it looks like I'm there, but I'm just on that computer. And then we got feedback from someone in Manila who started out early in the summit around 1 or 2 in the morning. Don't care what time it is. I'm here for the ESPNW summit. And then hours later, as we're wrapping up, she messaged me again and said, still here. It's 5 a.m. now, still here.
Wow.
So shout out to Manila and all the other countries, foreign countries that are tuning in and being a part of this. And then finally, I love this one too, because you don't have to be in a crazy place. You can just be in the pickup line at school. I loved this one too. Got to get it done wherever you can get it done. And Sage, I just want to say the one thing that was too bad about being virtual was at the end of the night, I went home and that didn't feel right. So I wanted it to feel more like Dana Point. I wanted to feel more like the real summit. So first I just overshared with a colleague I just met at a bar. And then since I didn't get to go to a gifting suite like we normally do, which feels sort of like legal shoplifting by the time we get our haul, I just went down the street and I stole some stuff from the store. It didn't go as well. And then at the end of the night, I did make my husband tuck my toothbrush in a hand towel like it was putting it to bed like they do at the resort. It didn't work though. It was still just home. It wasn't Dana Point.
He didn't put the chocolate on your pillow and the slippers at the foot of your bed at our fancy?
No, and he also didn't take all my hair out of my hairbrush, which they did once there. And I came back and I was like, oh, I'm at a real fancy place now. They took all the hair out of my hairbrush.
Fancy schmancy. I keep telling people, if you want to be a part of this magnificence, you have to sign up. So again, our summit in 2021, a year from now, hopefully at Pelican Hill out there on the coast of California. By the way, the top left of our screen, see the other left, see the hashtag ESPNW Summit. All of us will be continuing to
keep them coming.
Yeah, keep them coming. And we love it, and it means a lot because the people, the team at ESPNW has been working. They work on this year round to get to this point. We want to know what you think. Speaking of this, I know what I think and what you think about two people in particular at our network, two women who are true history makers. And history was made again last night by our own Jessica Mendoza. Mendoza, our baseball analyst, who became the first female analyst on a national TV broadcast for a World Series game, the first ever in history. We know Jess so well. We love Jess so well. She's also been a huge part of our ESPNW team. She was an original advisory board member, so she contributes so much. But what she has done and how Jessica Mendoza has done it with so much pushback, frankly, from a sport that hasn't been as welcoming to women. They're getting much, much better. But what Jessica did last night was incredible. Congratulations, Jessica. We love you. We also love Doris Burke, because Doris Burke a couple weeks ago in the same capacity became the first female ever to be a color analyst for an NBA Finals game. Not just a Finals game, a Finals series, just as the World Series will be for Jessica. Everybody refers to Doris Burke as the GOAT, and she truly is. Again, and I miss being at the Finals this year, Sarah, for many reasons, but because that's when I get to work side by side with Doris Burke and Doris, as well as Jessica, the most humble women you'll ever meet, but they know they're trailblazers, and how they do it, continuing to be an example for all of us, is just awesome. So I had to point out the history makers that are part of our team right here at ESPNW. Yesterday, awesome. Today, I think is going to be comparable, if not even better, because we have an amazing list of guests and analysts and people we're going to be interviewing. Take a look at this, because I'm not going to say every name. It'll take too long. However, hello, Glennon Doyle and Abby Wambach. You get to do that interview, and trust me, I'm taking notes. There might be some tears shed.
Get your notebooks.
They always inspire. And Kelly Carter will be joining us. Our Suzy Kolber, Malika Andrews, you name it. So many good people, so many good guests. And one more time, the workout with Gunnar Peterson. Hey, we look fancy on top, right? But on the bottom, I'm ready to work out today. I prepared.
Yeah, little wellness action with the Summit Wellness Session presented by Gatorade with Gunnar Peterson, which is going to be great. And I think something we can all do even if we're not rocking our sweats today. Also, we have for that Women of ESPN panel that you mentioned, all those beautiful faces of our colleagues. The Wells Fargo is hooking up an office hours Q&A. Now, again, we would usually be in cabanas poolside for our office hours. Not quite the same, but you will get to ask questions on Twitter of these amazing ladies. So share your questions for Elle Duncan, Malika Andrews, Tony Collins, Suzy Kolber using hashtag ESPNW Summit. ESPNW Summit. Thanks to Wells Fargo for that, for those office hours. So hashtag ESPNW Summit. Questions for all those ladies, and you might hear them answered during that panel.
And again, we listen so much to everyone's feedback and take notes and try to incorporate it throughout the year, and especially at the summit every single year. So, needless to say, a good lineup between now and 6 o'clock Eastern time. We are with you live the entire time. All right, it's time to officially kick off day 2 here, and to take us through passionate sports fans, everything you need to know about women who love sports. That includes us and millions of women out there. So for more on that, we say hello to ESPN's Flora Kelly and Wasserman's Shelly Pizarro. Take it away.
Thanks, Sage. My name is Flora Kelly, and I'm the Senior Director of Strategic and Brand Insights at ESPN.
Hi, I'm Shelly Pizarro, and I'm the EVP of Insights at Wasserman. We're here to talk to you today about understanding the new woman sports fan. Let's meet these power players. Gen X and baby boomers, women, really led the way. Everything from 70s women's lib all the way to normalizing women truly being the breadwinner of a household. This momentum has only continued with millennial and Gen Z women. These are the new power players. They're coming into their own as consumers, as employees, as students, and frankly as citizens of the world. And they're doing so in establishing control over our financial future and frankly having an impact on our entire society at an unprecedented pace. These women have grown up in a digital and social society that has basically served them since they've even known that that was possible. That should cause us all, as marketers, to pause and learn to understand how we can better serve them moving forward. So let's talk about, why do we call them the power players? There are 5 key reasons why we call them the power players. First and foremost, money, discretionary income. In 2018, it was estimated that women control $40 trillion of global discretionary income. $40 trillion. Over the next decade, they will amass control over 2/3 of the global wealth in this economy. Where there's money, there is power. The second thing is they have an entrepreneurial spirit. BCG did a study a couple of years ago talking about and better understanding women as entrepreneurs. They are fearless in this fashion and therefore are in control themselves of their income more so than ever. In 2019, 57% of all undergraduate degrees were held by women. Of the college-educated workforce, it was comprised, in the majority, by women. There is a direct correlation between level of education and income. This is big news for women. The third thing to think about is really understanding that they are not limited by norms in society. They are not held to traditional roles. They are not dissuaded by what's expected of them by others. 86% of Gen Z and millennial women are saying, I will pursue my dreams on my terms, regardless of what's going on around me. This really holds up with the fourth variable about them, and that's social impact. Over half of these two generations are actively engaged in social causes today. This is a huge part of their lives. Another 40% of these women say that brands should be more brave and bold in their statements on issues, participating in society and contributing to what these women are looking for in the world that they're going to leave behind. So where does this all leave them? This is factor number 5, super, super busy. They are so busy. It's estimated there's another 4 hours worth of work per day that these women are taking on and caring for the household beyond their quote unquote normal job responsibilities. So this is causing us to take notice and realize that the priorities are shifting and times are changing in how we engage them. So what does this have to do with sports? What does this have to do with fandom? Well, to get started, over half of all sports fans are women. Let's just start there. And remember what I said about discretionary income and controlling the money? Well, they control the majority of spend when it comes to sports and entertainment as well. Yes, it does lead with merchandising that you can have as a typical stereotype. But let me tell you more about these women. As sports fans in general, they are fiercely loyal. First and foremost, 80% of female sports fans are fiercely loyal to their team, to their club, to their community. That's more than the 73% of men that are. Yes, that might only be 10%, but it's not something that's often talked about. So when you win her over and she's participating with you, you basically have a fan for life. The second thing is that she's full on looking for the experience. She absolutely wants to have the end-to-end live goosebump enticing experience. And that doesn't always happen. Things get in the way. Money, time, family commitments, other issues do get in the way. It doesn't mean that isn't the end goal of hers, is to have that full experience with her friends, with her family, with those around her. One thing to note, though, is you can't replace that experience and or placate her with just periphery content about that experience. If she's missed it, she's missed it. She's looking for a deeper connection, a deeper story. So change the venue, change the content. Flora's going to tell you more about what these female fans are looking for. Second thing is they will share on social. Women are much more likely to share before, during, and after an event. In fact, women are 50% more likely to be on social to begin with across all platforms. With this in mind, we know that the connection is coming into the event and it's going to be shared broadly beyond it. Finally, a little more personalized view of her is she wants to be understood as an individual. She wants that reflected in how you're engaging with her as an event, as a property, as a team, as a community. So with this in mind, think translation, practical solutions. Understand her life, anticipate what's next, and simplify and enhance the experience. Don't make it more complicated. And then finally, here's a won't. She's not going to trade off priorities. Her family, her beliefs, her want for a better society all play a role, even in her sports fandom, in how she shows up, and how she's going to participate in spending her time and money. So with that said, I'm going to flip it over to Flora, who's now going to share with you the much deeper look that ESPN took at these fan segments.
Thank you, Shelley. As Shelley noted, women today are not limited by societal norms or labels. And her identity is multifaceted and multi-layered, and her fandom is no different. We understood that at ESPN, and we realized that we could no longer identify her fandom through a simple avid or casual label. And because of that, we underwent our first ever sports fan segmentation. It allowed us to identify sports fans by the how and why they connect to sports. And what we saw are there are 6 unique types of fans in the US today, each with her own unique need and connection point. There are our traditionalists, our diehards, our new schoolers, our co-viewers, our story seekers, and game dayers. Now, at ESPN, our brand promise is to ignite the fan in all of us. And we believe because of that promise, our incremental growth lies in connecting to 3 types of sports fans. It's our diehards, our story seekers, and our game dayers. They comprise 75% of our female audience. Now, let me introduce you to our diehards. She represents the 2nd largest group of sports fans today. Her sports fandom is a deep, deep part of her identity. She is super competitive. She lives and breathes sports. You cannot take a casual approach when you're reaching out to her. She shows up on TV, but she also shows up on digital, whether it's checking her fantasy roster or scores or alerts. To connect to her, there's 3 absolute musts. 1, you have to hype competition. 2, you have to lean into analysis. And 3, and more importantly, never patronize her or her fandom. Second are story seekers. She represents our largest groups of fans. She loves sports, but her connection primarily starts with the players. Story seekers love the personal drama, and that really amps up the competitive energy for her. She likes having a story to tell, and if you give her that story, you will see your brand grow. To connect to her, it's important to use the visual language of social media, to sell the story, and to constantly stay at the forefront of culture, because that matters to her more than anything. And then finally, our game dayers. Simply put, her connection to sport is all about connection. Sports connects her to her community, to her friends, and to her family. She loves the excitement and energy of live sports, and she takes satisfaction in growing her fandom. Our mandate as a brand is to fulfill that need and to make her feel like she belongs. We thrill in giving her more knowledge about sports fandom and bringing the energy of live sports. And Shelley will talk to you more about what the roadmap looks like for women today.
So these women have done us a huge favor. Frankly, they've laid out the priorities. They've given us the map, as Flora mentioned. We know how to best connect with them. So in our millennial and Gen Z research that we recently conducted, we understood these 5 mandates. And so they are, first and foremost, on demand. You absolutely need to connect to her when and where and how she's ready. Anticipate what's next. This comes from that deep understanding of her life and the role that sports and entertainment play in it. The second is on purpose. She admires brands that demonstrate purpose and utility. You're functional and you can give her something to believe in. She'll go for that. For her, remember I talked a little bit earlier about understanding her as an individual? That's a priority. This is the roadmap for engagement. She absolutely wants to be treated as an individual and understood and basically catered to from that perspective. For all, just because she's an individual doesn't mean she's selfish. Not at all. She actually has a very great desire to enable and lift up the community around her. So understanding this greater common set of needs across this community of women is critically important for you to demonstrate. And then finally, self-care. really going deep into self-care and understanding that, as you're going to hear in just a minute, self-care is even a facet of sports fandom. But women are looking for ways to balance and juggle and take care of themselves in the process, as whether that is taking a little bit of time or respite, following your favorite sports, or relaxation, physical fitness, whatever that might be, that is also accompanied with upskilling. And upskilling can be everything from learning to cook, to build furniture, to going back to law school. These are all her priorities that lay out on this roadmap for connection. Flora is now going to share with you how these priorities have actually been at the heart and soul of espnW from the start.
Yeah. The roadmap that Shelley laid out was really at the heart of espnW and its brand DNA. On demand, espnW is there to serve her, and as such, she's accessible, snackable, and it's shareable content. On purpose, espnW doesn't just report on what's happening, espnW starts the conversation for her. For her, for all, and for the better. At the core of what espnW is it is a unique and vaunted space where women and sports intersect. I'm going to talk a little bit more about sports on purpose. The reality is, especially in today's climate, women expect more from sports. Women care deeply about making the world a better place and a more inclusive place. And she expects brands to be part of that conversation, and sports are no different. In June, 2 out of 3 women said they expect teams, athletes, and sports media brands to take a stand or to be part of the conversation on social issues. Whether it's equal pay, health and safety of players, LGBTQ rights, or racial injustice, women expect brands to be part of that conversation. And with COVID, sports matters now more than ever and has morphed into not just a display of passion, but a way to fulfill deep personal needs. Shelley talked about self-care, and as she mentioned, women are busier now more than ever. And you add COVID to that, 85% of women today feel like the U.S. is out of control. And because of that, sports is now fulfilling a deep need for self-care. The first is permission to pause. It is only through live events and that unique live moment that gives women one of those unique opportunities to just sit and be still with her family. We saw that at the beginning of the pandemic. We saw that women came to see the NFL draft at much higher rates than what we typically see. We saw 85% of growth in female viewership. Connection. Sports creates that connection that women crave. It's that connection that she needed more than anything at the start of the pandemic. And there is no better example of that than The Last Dance. We saw with The Last Dance over half of viewers who watched it with someone else in their home. They connected with someone else in their home as they were watching that cultural milestone. And finally, as Shelley mentioned, facilitating a better you. Women want to emerge from the pandemic feeling accomplished, and health is a core part of that. We've seen the health and wellness category grow exponentially. And as we saw with our Peloton collaboration, we were able to reach large swaths of women through that TV integration. If I leave you with one thing, it's this: sports matters for women now more than ever. And Shelley will now wrap this up with key takeaways.
So as Flora said, sports matters for women now more than ever. Whether it's during the pandemic or just a Sunday afternoon that she wants to spend some time with her family, enjoying one of her favorite passions. We need to better understand how to tailor our engagement and our expectations of these women, because she's going to ask the same in return of all of us. So our key takeaways are 3 more questions. We're going to ask you to think a little bit more about this, to learn a little bit more about this. The first is, do you know enough? Do you truly understand her? Do you know how you show up in her life today? How are you as a team, as a club, as a league, participating in her life today? How does she take you in? When and where does she engage with you? You know, as a property, you're probably sitting on an absolute holy grail of information. You likely have her entire journey mapped out from the moment she leaves her house all the way till she potentially joins you in your venue. You know what she's eating, when she's eating it, where she's journeying around, likely when she's sharing on social media, and obviously where she's spending her money on merchandising. So with that in mind, are you doing enough with that information? Do you understand where else on that journey you could potentially engage with her, simplify and or enhance that experience? An even larger opportunity might, do you understand where a partner could come in with you? Brand and property partnerships could be very meaningful here in bringing a collective solution to her by leveraging your data, joining that together, and really understanding where you can touch her on your journey. The second thing is, ask yourself about her community. Flora talked a lot about the role of community. And that's one of her main pillars of her of the roadmap of how to engage with her now, is the for all pillar. That's her community. She's finding that in sport as well. And with that in mind, do you understand the communities she's participating in? What else can you learn? What are the beliefs within those communities? Where could you participate? Do you have a role to play? Even more so, and possibly even more interesting and enticing to her, would be, do you have a community she's not participating in today? And could you serve that up now because you better understand her entire journey and where she's engaging with you and what she might be anticipating next from this relationship in her fandom? And then finally, third, where can you meet her? Where are you going to go and connect with her on her terms, during her time, when she's ready, and the way that she wants to be engaged with? So you know the data that you have, you're starting to understand the journey, and now you can take a look at the role you play in her life and say, where else can I show up? Or what might I shift to show up a little bit differently? Again, a unique opportunity for you to work with your partners and put your information together to identify those white space opportunities to engage with her in a way that enhances her overall experience with you within the collection of where she's spending all of her time and energy across her life, but especially relative to sports and entertainment. So I hope that this has helped you think a little bit differently and a little more openly about half of all sports fans and the role and the opportunity that you have to engage with her moving forward. Thank you.
Flora, Shelley, thank you. And I just want to recap some fascinating research and data there, because what you just heard, that is our why at ESPNW, why we created this in the first place. Remember, her, she, we, women, fierce and loyal. Those women, the women sports fans, don't necessarily have to buy into any traditional roles. Don't feel that pressure. Also, don't make things complicated. I know I tend to do that sometimes. Deep breath. We don't have to necessarily go there every time. And I love this one. Build it for her. You can't always build it for a man and expect a woman to adapt. You can build it for women. Men can adapt at times too. I think we need to make it more of an even playing field, and I love that. Build it for her. So Flora and Shelley, once again, thank you for driving home those points of what we are all about here at ESPNW. On that note, somebody who's been with us from the very beginning and an original advisory board member is Julie Foudy. And I love sharing that about you, Julie, because you've been committed from day one. And I remember that very first year at Torrey Pines in San Diego, and it was you on the panel with Billie Jean King, and I was scared to death. And now I'm like, I'm not afraid of Foudy. I'm still afraid of Billie Jean, but I'm not afraid of you. Soccer star
I'm a very intimidating figure, I know.
I know. Like you said yesterday, I am a huge deal, and it's true. Soccer star, analyst, advisory board member, and a host of an awesome podcast, Laughter Permitted. We're going to talk a little more about the podcast in a second, but I want to talk about what you're wearing real quick, Julie Foudy, because it became official yesterday, right? The name of the NWSL team, of which you co-own. Go ahead. The official announcement, which we heard yesterday. Say it again.
It is now official. We are Angel City Football Club with a new logo, with some new swag I'm rocking. And Sage, did you see the other breaking news about who else is joining the ownership group?
Who?
Did you see it? the Kinger, as in Billie Jean King.
She is?
You may know she grew up. Yeah, she grew up in Los Angeles. Her and her partner, Alana, are coming on as owners and investors. Candace Parker, LA Sparks, and her daughter, Lindsey Vaughn, James Corden, Becky G. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's crazy.
That is phenomenal. You talk about like the cool kids club. Absolutely. But all that support, men and women, I think it's awesome. And that's the thing. It all ties into what you're about to give us now, right? The podcast Laughter Permitted. Yeah. And the, by the way, real quick, I need some swag. I know you have my address. I kind of like the logo. Hook me up. Send some my way. Sage. All right, you have an awesome conversation to share. I cannot wait for this one.
All right. Thank you, darling. Yes, season 4 of the Laughter Permitted podcast is launching today. And mind you, we've had some amazing guests in the past. I will name just a few. Simone Biles, Mia Hamm, Robin Roberts, the Kinger, Billie Jean King. But we are so excited that we have on to launch season 4 today, the Natalie Portman. And everyone knows her, of course, as an Academy Award-winning actor. She's an activist. She's a mom. She's a new author. We'll talk about that. She's a Harvard grad. She's done everything. But she's also a fellow co-owner of Angel City Football Club, and really the catalyst behind it all. And so my co-host, Lynn Olzawi, and I actually caught up with her in Australia because she's there currently filming Thor 4, which is called Love and Thunder. And spoiler alert, she becomes Thor. Yes. And it's very cool. We have a long conversation with her. The extended version with even the games and all the segments is on the podcast. This is a cut down version. But as we always do as we intro the podcast, get comfortable listening. It's Natalie Portman.
Okay, let's do this. Are you ready? Natalie Portman.
Yes, I think.
All right. So the first thing we always do, Natalie, on the podcast is we set the scene. So could you please, dear, set the scene, where you are, what you're doing, everything else?
I am in Sydney, Australia. I'm prepping for Thor 4, which is not going to be called that. It's called Thor Love and Thunder. And yeah, it's very beautiful here. It is morning, even though it's your evening, because that's how time zones work, I guess. Mm-hmm. And yeah, enjoying this beautiful country.
Typically, you know, when we do these podcasts, we would do them in person. Like we would be sitting in your dining room table in Australia. I would have sold that one hard to ESPN.
Man, I would make you dinner, man.
Right? We would have brought you vegan donuts because I know you're a vegan. That's part of it.
I love donuts.
I know. We actually, when I met you earlier this year, we talked about your love of vegan donuts. And so our friend Walter Robbs, the former CEO of Whole Foods, sent me a whole 5 dozen vegan donuts that I've been living on all through quarantine. I froze them.
He's really a good friend to have. He's introduced me to so many delicious things.
Okay, I want more info on Thor. I know you probably can't say a ton, but you are becoming Thor. That is crazy. How is that?
It's pretty exciting. I also love the concept that a superhero can be inhabited, that it's not only one person necessarily can save the world, but everyone has it inside of them to become a superhero is such a nice kind of concept to put out there.
I also like the idea that it's a female superhero because there's a ton of those in real life. Why aren't we seeing more on the films?
Yeah, and it's starting to happen. I mean, obviously, we're going to get a Black Widow film soon, which is so exciting. And we've had Captain Marvel. And hopefully there'll be more standalone films for the women from who are so incredible in the kind of male-centered films. So it's definitely happening. And it's exciting to be part of that change.
Do you get to hold the hammer?
I do.
And be like, look at me now, boys.
That's exactly, you guessed the
that's
script,
what you're doing.
Julie.
Check me out now, biatches. Come on, please tell me that's in the script.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's like basically all I say. You're psychic.
I knew it. I so knew it.
Have you picked up the hammer?
I have at the at Comic-Con when they announced it, they like put us all on stage and then handed me the hammer, and it was surprisingly heavy. I was like, oh man, I gotta hit the gym. Yeah.
Oh dear. All right, let's shift to Angel City.
Oh,
and which I'm so excited about, fellow co-owners. And just to give our listeners and our viewers, because this is being live streamed for the ESPNW Summit, some context. Angel City is, of course, the women's professional soccer team coming to Los Angeles in 2022 is when we'll start play. And it's part of the NWSL, the Women's Pro League. And Natalie is not just an owner. Natalie is the godmother of this team. She is the catalyst. She is the woman behind this. Literally, like, let me go through this list of owners that Natalie brought together. I mean, just again, for more context, Kara Norman and Julie Ehrman are your two other kind of founding owners, along with Alexis and Serena Williams and their daughter, Olympia. And then you have all your celebrity friends, Eva Longoria, Jennifer Gardner, Jessica Chastain, Uzo Aduba, America Ferrera. Should we keep going? Becky G. And then I brought some of my soccer friends. We've got Abby and her wife, Glennon. We've got Mia Hamm. We've got 14 U.S. women's national team players with ties to Southern California. So it's all these different silos and industries and rad, badass women coming together.
I get chills every time we talk about it. And I'm so grateful for this very unexpected, but so meaningful kind of new part of my life, and also to be, sharing this experience with so many just incredible humans. So it's been really, really exciting. Yeah, one of the beautiful things to come out of Time's Up, which, started inspired by the Me Too movement, to further safety and equity for women in the workplace. Primarily women, but all marginalized people, because it's, of course, all the same concepts that no one should have anything other than a safe, dignified, equitable workplace.
Right.
And it was the first time that we gathered across industries. So women from entertainment, women from tech, business, advertising, sports, which I guess is part of entertainment, also medicine, like in healthcare. So it's been so incredible to hear how many similar challenges, right, creative solutions to those challenges people have figured out in different fields. And the first time we kind of put our heads together, and when we heard from Abby Wambach spoke at one of the conferences, and she was talking about her experience, as you well know, being this really virtuosic player at the top of your field, in the top sport, most popular sport in the world, and not being compensated on any scale close to the male counterparts. Sports are so crucial to our culture, especially in the United States. I think sports are really, really central. And we have the best players in the world, in the most popular sport in the world, in our women's soccer players in the US. We are not, it's like an underutilized resource that we have. And also what a culture shift it would be if we could amplify, the existing talent, and just be like, this needs to be prime time, this needs to be how important these players are to us in our community. And it's so exciting to do it in LA because Southern California.
If I could hug you right now, I am right through the screen. I would like be climbing through the screen, hugging you right now.
Well,
but Natalie, for you to go from hearing Abby speak about that and feeling like, oh my gosh, this is this underutilized resource here in our country with how good these women play, how successful they've been, to literally, and I'm not just talking about, hey, this is an idea I want to bring. You didn't just throw the idea out to Kara Nortman, who you knew from Time's Up, I know, and say, hey, here's an idea. And then as most people do, go, okay, great. And then they walk away. You went to pitch meetings, you're engaged, you were all in on this.
Yeah, but I think that that's also the benefit of bringing women from different sectors, because I would never know how to do anything on my own. Like, I show up to work and say lines other people write for me. Like, I don't know how to start something like this. So to have met Kara through Time's Up, and if people don't know, Kara Nortman is a very successful venture capitalist in Los Angeles, supports many startup founders, and she brought Julie Ehrman, who's this incredible
Jules number one, I call her
entrepreneur. Yes, I love that you call it that, but I think there's just Director Jules and Jules, sports legend. And Julie has been just an incredible engine behind it. And she figured out how for us to get the franchise, and I'm always there, of course, to support, but they were the ones. And that's the joy. I think everyone within the team has, and I mean, not the players, obviously, team, but the behind the scenes team has their own superpower. And it's been really complimentary. And also, again, one of these really rare benefits of having people across industries meet. I don't know when that would have ever happened before.
Yeah. And so fun. I mean, it's such a neat group. How hard was it in terms of selling it to your friends, to pitch meetings? I mean, were you surprised at how quickly, or maybe not so quickly, people responded?
I was surprised by how hard it was. There were certain people who surprised me in the most beautiful way of just being I'm in, Eva Longoria was like, I'm in, what do you need? I want to be there. She's just like a boss. But then I would say more on the side of institutional people, when they were really, really hesitant and reluctant, and it just seemed like it just seems so clear that it's so undervalued that from a business perspective, and I'm not a business person, so that's probably why I'm missing why they were so hesitant, maybe it's just purely, prejudice. But I felt like, oh my God, this is really popular. People really love it. And nobody's providing it. During the Women's World Cup, you couldn't buy t-shirts at the Nike store with Alex Morgan or Megan Rapinoe's name on it. It was crazy. You're like, why wouldn't you just take advantage of this opportunity? These people are big stars.
And it happens all the time, that kind of stuff, where you're like, why are we still in a place where they're undervalued in a sense of there's such a demand and yet we're not providing for it? So,
usually you feel like the market would dictate what people want to put on the air and what people want to sell, but it doesn't feel like that for this, which does make you feel like it's simply prejudice, because you're like, okay, you could actually succeed a lot. You could do well by, putting this out there more. So hopefully that's that's what we aim to do, is show how this can be a successful, rewarding experience.
Well, what's so cool is that you have brought these individual powerhouses together. And I have heard that there was a Zoom call with the owners recently. Please tell me everything about it. How cool is it to see all these amazing people pop up onto the Zoom call? And I would imagine for you to see that had to be really, you talk about chills, rewarding.
It was one of like the most meaningful things that's happened, certainly during quarantine. But so many of our gatherings right now are serious, and there's political organizing when people are gathering online right now. It seems, or there's school gatherings to figure out what how we can support our kids, which is all very important, but also very serious, I feel. And this was so joyful. It just felt so positive, and so many people I deeply admire in one place at one time, getting to hear their contributions and their dedication, and everybody there for the right reason and for deeply believing in the mission of it. And also, one of the most important things that I'm really excited about, and that I think so many of us are, is our involvement in the community. We're partnered with LA84 to provide access to sports for less privileged kids in Los Angeles, and that is part of one of the most meaningful parts, I think, of the whole venture.
I loved that moment. I forget who was saying, "Hey, we've got something happening in LA with this Boys and Girls Club or some Latina institution, and would anyone want to or they were just actually saying what it was, and America Forever was like, can I go? Can I show up?" And I was like, oh my God, I love this. And they were like, oh yeah, you can for sure.
America is one of the most incredible humans, and is so capable of doing 1,000 things and being really effective at all of them. And she is so deeply good, and was raised in the LA public school district, and as was Becky G. And they were both talking about how much they were excited to give back. Hopefully we can make some impact there, and also create a new generation of heroes for them to look up to. And I think, to me, watching my son during the Women's World Cup, idolizing Alex Morgan, Megan Rapinoe as much as Messi, that made all the difference to me. I was like, that's how you raise the next generation of boys to look at female athletes with no difference. They just want to watch incredible talent.
You seem to jump into a lot of causes that involve making a change. What gives you the courage and confidence to do that? It's one thing to look and say that something needs to change. It's another thing to actually do it.
The whole experience of the creation of Time's Up and the birth of that, which was many, many women together, but being part of that made me realize, okay, now I'm at the stage where you kind of have to be willing to put your neck out and have people criticize you and have people not like you, which I think for women particularly can be really, scary, because we're so taught to, be pleasing and be liked. And when you're leading, it's inevitable that people are not going to like you. But you can make big change through like one well thought through cultural moment. And you can really change things drastically, more than years of having like polls and data and suggestions and meetings. Like one big cultural moment can like rapidly accelerate evolution of thinking and of culture.
Exactly what we're living through.
Yeah.
Well, the 1999 World Cup pops into my mind too.
Totally. And that was influenced by the fact that, that happened when I was 18, like, oh, the US women are, I'm definitely just like virtuosic, mega superstars. And then it was so shocking to hear 20 years later that there was not a solid career path for those women in this sport.
So while all of us are stuck in this dark hell that is 2020, you, my friend, have somehow been able to shine light, right? Obviously, all that we've been able to do with Angel City, you're over there shooting Mighty Thor, and your book, your first book, a children's book, Natalie Portman's Fables, just came out. Yay, there it is. Let me see it. Put it
it's
close.
Such an incredible feeling to like when the actual tangible book comes. It's so exciting.
Yay, congratulations.
Thank you.
What was the inspiration behind a children's book?
So it was similar, actually, origins to the soccer team, where I just saw my son and my daughter, they received books, you know, when they're born, when they have birthday parties, people give books as presents. And my son got like all these kind of like the classic normal books. And my daughter got like all of these like feminist baby books. And I was like, okay, well, first of all, the boys need it as much, if not more than the girls do. And second of all, like, I'm not sure they understand, like, girls have these obstacles, like they have to overcome them. It seems a little complicated. But then the classic books, which of course I would then read to my daughter, but I became more aware that almost all of the characters were male.
Yeah.
And so I was like, what are we teaching boys and girls if they're only hearing male stories? And we're saying, these are the ones you should care about their feelings. So I thought, what if you take classic stories and just make them look like the real world, where it's about half and half. And so, you know, I rewrote The Three Little Pigs, where the wolf is female, one of the pigs is female, one is male, one is like a non-binary. But you just, you know, it's just a matter of pronouns. And I had been doing it in all the reading with my children, just changing them myself. And I thought, what if we just made a copy of these stories that people could read, and it's like gender safe, that you're not putting in boys or girls' minds that male stories are prioritized. And I chose all stories with animals because I think it gives kids like equal access points to relating. Whereas, I don't know, when I was a kid, I would always be like, brown-haired girl, that's me, you know? Whereas if it's like, you know, a tortoise and a hare, all kids are kind of equally inspired to be like, oh, that's the one that I'm like.
Yeah. I love when the tortoise, I mean, not the tortoise, the hare, the fast one. The hare was like, I'm just going to go hit this dance party. It's fantastic. I'll be able to see the tortoise when
my daughter loves that page more than anything. It's got all the like bunny dance moves.
Okay. Next segment, most pressing questions. Are you ready, Natalie?
Yes.
I've got to find them first. They're that pressing. Okay. And if I can read them. Favorite film you've ever done?
Jackie.
Oh, interesting. I thought you were going to say Black Swan.
I love Black Swan too. I mean, it's hard to choose one.
Hardest role you have ever played?
Probably also Jackie.
Really? I thought you were going to say
so
Black
much
Swan.
grief, and like it was heavy, and a lot of work, like a lot of research and stuff.
I'm not sure if you've heard this yet, but there is a film coming on Netflix of the 99ers.
Very exciting.
Which 99er would you like to play?
I think I'm like way too old to play anyone. Way too old and not athletic enough. But I'd be super excited to see, the young athletic actresses who will take on those roles.
All right, I'll let you off the hook there. Lynn and I are big fans of the SNL Natalie Raps.
Thank you.
Can you please confirm there is going to be a Natalie Raps 3.0 coming at us soon?
Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe we should do one for Angel City. We can do a whole like.
Can you imagine?
Soccer. Yeah, that'll be next edition.
Our last game is called High Low Cheer. It's not. It's a segment, not a game.
Okay.
And this is something that I do around the dinner table with my kids, and we do their high of the day, their low of the day, and someone that they cheer for, someone who's helped them along the way. So this is going to be the high of your career, the low of your career, and the cheer is for someone that you're grateful for who's helped you along your way.
Okay. High of my career, the whole Black Swan experience, if I can make it like one thing. You know, I met my husband. I ended up like, you know, having our first child, like having all the success with the film. So that was, I think that would be my high.
Awesome. Love it. Your low?
And then low of my career was, I had a film that I was also a producer on that just went like horribly wrong. Like everything went wrong.
You're like, I didn't even get anything out of it in terms of lessons learned. It was that
I think it just gave me more appreciation and respect for when things go well and how kind of miraculous it is when everyone is like kind and hardworking and responsible and doing their work and working together, and you get that extra little magic of like, you know, team energy, which I'm sure on the fields there's like, you know, games or teams, I guess, that, you know, you have that magic with, and then games or teams that are just not don't have the magic.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard one for sure.
Okay, and your cheer?
My cheer, I had a mentor in Mike Nichols, who was also like one of the great minds and hearts, and a very important comedic voice, very important brain in our industry, who was a real mentor. And I think we definitely should talk a lot about the great men who also help foster women's development and careers and encourage them. And he was absolutely that for me. He would really go out of his way to help guide me or be a sounding board for important decisions, or also gave me some really important early creative opportunities that were very impactful for me. Did you have someone like that in your life?
Yeah, I've had, you know, Billie Jean King, who I'm going to spill the beans, is going to become an owner of Angel City as well. That's not news yet.
She is just the greatest.
Yeah, her and her partner Alana are going to become owners of Angel City as well. But she, from the mid 90s, like when I was in my 20s with the national team, was super instrumental in like how we shaped the team and what we did off the field in terms of our fight for, back then we were fighting for equitable pay. Now, understandably, it's equal pay. But just, you know, marketing money and support staff and all those things that go into it. She was huge. And it reminds me very much of, you know, when you said, let's get a women's team to LA, it wasn't just like, hey, you know, let's do this, and then you walk away from it. She said the same thing to me, like, Julie, what are you doing about it? And, you know, change it. And then stood, you know, with us, helping us along the way, which is so cool. Tremendous. So she's a dear friend. I love her dearly.
Made such important changes that affect all of us, and so lucky. And I'm so excited we're gonna get to like hang out when these games, we're all gonna be in the box together.
We're gonna be BFFs. Yes.
Obviously. Aren't we already?
We're already there, of course. That's what I tell everyone. I'm talking to my BFF Natalie today.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jewel.
Thank you for the gift that you are and all that you've given us in so many different areas beyond your acting and all the different things you do. And I can't wait to start this journey and adventure with you. And
thank you. Feeling is mutual, and so grateful to all that you do and have done. And I'm excited that we are partners in this new adventure.
You're watching the ESPNW Women in Sports Summit, presented by Toyota.
Okay, I mean, what a delight those two are. I would watch them just host a show talking about stuff. I don't even need all the other stuff, although I do want to see Natalie as Thor. Of course, I can't wait for Angel City FC, and that adventure is not going to stay in LA. I will tell you that already. from what I'm hearing, plenty of other places picking up what they're putting down and deciding to put together amazing groups of women and stars and celebs and sports people to follow that model. So props to them, and props to Natalie for doing what we said at the beginning of the summit, right? Have an idea, see something that makes you angry or makes you inspired, and actually act on it instead of just thinking about it. So thank you to Foudy and to Natalie. That was fantastic. And thank you so much for inviting me to also be BFFs. It was off. You guys didn't see it. It was like right after that. They cut off too early, but Natalie said, like, Spain, you're in. Okay. Coming up next, another great lady is going to join us here from The Undefeated. You can find her on red carpets. You can find her work on The Undefeated. She is Kelly Carter, senior culture writer for The Undefeated, and I'm very excited for her conversation coming up. But Kelly, before I unleash you to your panel, I was looking at your bio because I went to see some of the great guests that you've had on Another Act, and I noticed that you claim that you could act out every episode of The Office. Now, I won't ask for that because you don't have a scene partner, but I will ask that the other half of your bio, in which it says you will sing a Michigan State fight song anytime, anywhere, give me a little.
Go right through for MSU. Spartan teams keep scoring.
I love it. I love it. She owns up to it. Nice. We'll get the office lines. We'll get the office lines next time.
All off key.
That's right. I dug it. Let's talk about Another Act. Kelly, I was looking at a lot of the guests on Another Act, and it is Don Cheadle, Jay Ellis and Kendrick Sampson from Insecure, Big Boy, Method Man, Hamilton's Daveed Diggs, Tracy Ellis Ross. These are some of the biggest names in Hollywood, and you're wrangling them for sit-downs. So fun to watch. Tell me about doing the show.
Thank you. I mean, this was something that we launched, obviously, when the stay-at-home orders first began, not really knowing what this would actually end up being. And even myself, I mean, I've been pleasantly surprised by the people who have said yes to want to sit down and talk with me about their projects, because the first thing we kind of really identified is, unlike the shutdown, what we saw with live sports, entertainment works far in advance. So there were plenty of projects that were coming out while people, were and still are forced to stay at home and hang out on their couches and consume entertainment. And so it was great to be able to have an outlet to talk with really some of the most influential people in Hollywood about, their projects. But then, of course, the year that is 2020. So that's been pretty cool, I think.
This is obviously the espnW Summit, but The Undefeated, another incredible offshoot of ESPN. And for people not familiar, there's so many incredible long-form projects, season-long projects. The Year of the Black Quarterback was a great one. The Undefeated and Disney Music Groups got a joint EP out, I Can't Breathe, Music for the Movement, which is fantastic, brand new music. Dominique Foxworth, my guy, has I Don't Give a Damn, a show that is aptly named for that guy who one time on SportsCenter said, I don't need this job, but I love his approach to everything. He's so brilliant. Tell me some more of what The Undefeated's doing that people should go check out.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall what The Undefeated does best is, we provide a comfortable couch, I think, for some of the biggest names in sports and entertainment. And you're going to get a different take, a different slice of life. You're going to see, now the NBA season is over, but, if you had tuned in to The Undefeated, you would see, diaries from players inside the bubble. You'll see a diary from an NFL player. You're going to see just different slices of life in the world of sports and culture and entertainment. And I think that we're doing a pretty good job under really kind of a crazy umbrella of a year. So please, I would love for everybody watching ESPNW to come check out what we do at The Undefeated for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially right now with all the civil unrest, the conversations about race that we're trying to advance instead of stalling on.
Yes.
So many brilliant voices over there doing that work that we all need to be paying attention to. One of them is yours, so I turn it over to you. I'm really looking forward to this panel.
Thank you, and thank you guys for tuning in. Pardon me while I look down a little bit and read this bio, but I think you will understand once I get into the meat of it why it is necessary for me to get every word correct because I'm blown away by the guest that's going to join us today. That guest, of course, is Elle Davis. She is the Executive Vice President of Talent and Casting for ABC Entertainment and Disney Plus. And in her newly expanded role with Disney Plus, she provides casting strategy and services to the direct-to-consumer and international segment, working closely with the Disney Plus team across all scripted and unscripted content. She has been instrumental in casting some of ABC's most recognized shows, including The Good Doctor, the Emmy Award-winning drama American Crime, the Emmy-nominated and Peabody Award-winning series Blackish, and How to Get Away with Murder, for which Viola Davis won the Emmy as the first African-American actress to win Outstanding Lead Actress in a Drama Series. Hello. She also has championed the careers and attracted the likes of some of the industry's most notable actors, including Eva Longoria, Jesse Williams, and Golden Globe winner Gina Rodriguez. And last but most certainly not least, she received a Bachelor of Arts degree in Communications from Dillard University. Elle Davis, welcome, and thank you so much for doing this.
Of course, thank you. I'm happy to be here today. I really am.
Absolutely. Blown away, as I mentioned, by your biography. I would love to hear your path to the C-suite. You know, where did you start to really kind of develop this fantastic career that you have?
Sure. I'd love to say it's the C-suite. It's not the C-suite, but happy to be on that journey. So for me, I started.
Yes, I'm putting it out there. That's what it is.
So I graduated from Dillard University, and my major was communications, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought it would be in news writing or reporting or publicity. And I kind of randomly, and I think this is probably many people's stories, I randomly got a call for an internship working at Quincy Jones and David Salzman Entertainment. So I did that and worked at New Line Center for the head of casting at the same time. And while I was there, that's when I got the entertainment bug. That's when I started to understand the industry. And so I worked at Quincy's. I worked for a company called SLBG, which is Stan Lathan and Brillstein Gray. They had a management and production company, and I learned a lot there. And then, frankly, I kept going back to New Line, working for casting, and ultimately ended up getting a job as an assistant in the feature film space. And then from there, just continued to grow. I did some independent casting and then landed a job at ABC. And I've been there ever since.
Yeah, no, I love that. I often tell people the thing about Hollywood is that the power really is behind the camera. It's in the people that you don't see in front of the camera, and you certainly have that power. When did you realize how important and significant the position that you have in entertainment was, and what kind of happened?
Well, it's interesting because when I think about casting, right, it's so subjective. And for the first part of my career, you find yourself leaning into other people's thoughts, other people's opinions, and you learn from that. And as you start to formulate your own, right, what actors and how well they portray certain characters start to resonate with you, and you start to articulate, what those feelings feel like for you, to other executives and people across the industry. I think that was kind of when I realized that, oh goodness, I have the, for lack of a better term, power or a platform to sort of inform others on what I believe resonates, the skills that actors have, how they resonate with frankly myself and with others. So it kind of started there, and it grew.
I love that. Did you see anyone who looked like you, especially when you started out? Like, how did you even know that this was a dream that you could actually manifest? You know, did you see someone physically doing the job that maybe you have right now?
Actually, no, I did not. Well, I'll take it back. Not as an executive. There were plenty of diverse casting directors, casting independently, casting shows. There were not a lot of African-American women as casting executives at broadcast networks. What I'd say that I have been blessed with and thankful to be a part of is, frankly, working at a company like ABC that has been really, in my opinion, at the forefront of diversity and inclusion. So early on in my sort of casting journey at ABC specifically, there were diverse executives. You know, the head of the department before me was an Asian woman. So there were trailblazers, not many of, African-American women, or frankly, African-American males. And it's growing, I think, and that's and I'm very excited about that. But I think having spent the majority of my casting executive career at a company that sort of embraces diversity and inclusion in a real way has been extremely empowering over the years. What I think is really important about my job is what I have the ability to bring to the table, just in terms of my own experience, right? We all grow up and, learn and understand and empathize differently. And I have been so grateful to have an opportunity and, frankly, a platform to express my thoughts, right? And not just about actors, but about characters, about development. So it's been an exciting journey. And, for me, like having the ability to, when I grew up, it was, I had Lisa Bonet, I had Claire Huxtable. Fast forward to now, there are all these incredibly flawed, amazing characters and women that we are casting, like Viola Davis and Kerry Washington, Priyanka Chopra, that just sort of add to the myriad of rich and complex storytelling that I think is so important for our audience.
No, absolutely. When I look at some of the shows that you've had a direct impact on, I feel like I'm seeing your voice and your perspective. One that kind of comes to mind is the hair episode on Blackish last season. I thought we've never seen that kind of representation on television ever. And whether you were physically in the room or not, I still feel like I felt you there. Talk to me about, the importance of having your perspective, which feels very unique because I don't think that there are a lot of Black female casting executives in Hollywood. The impact that has, not only on that show, but really industry-wide.
Well, look, I want to start by saying, I honestly have to pay homage to the people that sort of came before me, like the Robbie Reeds and the Vicki Thomases. And, there's so many, Kim Coleman, that are all fantastic casting directors that help to actually really bring these actors to the forefront and frankly, on the radars of all of the casting executives sort of across the industry. But what I think is really important, and especially for me, is having the ability to knowing that you have people that are actually leaning in and listening to what you have to say, right? What you're sharing, what you're imparting upon any one particular actor and or experience within the rings. I think it's like I'm talking twofolds. I'm talking about like what's in front of the camera and frankly what's behind the camera. In that, for so long, I think what we've done is a great job of being diverse in the storytelling and finding really, as I mentioned before, flawed characters that sort of represent what our world actually really looks like, right? So that real people can actually resonate with these characters. But I think what's really helpful is that creators and development executives are identifying stories that lend itself to authentic casting, right? And frankly, are open to hearing suggestions. I'm in casting. I bring a specific tool, a piece of the puzzle to the table, and there's so much more from the directing to the production, to the writing and, the notes that are given in order to bring a fully realized show, to our television screens every day. But when I think about being at a company that allows me to actually really express like thoughts about the authenticity of character, right? The authenticity of the way in which somebody is saying something, which necessarily doesn't necessarily have anything to do with my specific line of business, but it's just such a collaborative environment, right? Where we all have the ability to lean in and learn and grow from each other. And it is important, when we're talking about diversity and inclusion, to have executives in various segments and sectors that are helping to bring these dynamic and beautiful, amazingly culturally rich stories to life regularly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have talked with Viola Davis about this before, and quite frankly, she hasn't been shy with talking about her casting in How to Get Away with Murder, and how surprised she was because she didn't know that there would be, such a role for her to take. And obviously we all are surprised to hear her say that because she is a dynamic performer, and obviously her winning the Emmy was really the cherry on top. But I would love to hear from you, maybe, what was an early victory for you that this was the right move to make, when that series maybe first started, or what was like an earmark moment for you that said, this is why we had to make this kind of move on this show?
I mean, frankly, the moment she said yes, I mean, honestly, like, she's such an amazing actress. Like, she brings so much of herself. Seriously, right? Like, you just like, oh my God, she's gonna do this. Look, I think when creators are creating and they're writing characters, more and more, which is, has been fantastic, is being open about the way in which you're going to cast any lead of your show, any series regular in a show, any guest star in a show, frankly. And, so you have a varied list of people, and it can, you can have a list of, people from Uma Thurman to Viola Davis that can all be on the same list, and as a Black woman, when you're thinking about the show, and frankly, I have to say a Black woman, right? Because that's who I am. That's how I have to show up daily. And you have executives of all races and colors leaning in, on Viola Davis. That, for me, that was the moment that was most exciting and inspiring, right? You're at a place where you don't have to convince. I've had a long career in this business, and oftentimes you find yourself in casting having to explain why any one particular person is right or wrong for why or why not they're right or wrong for a role, right? And when you have varied executives leaning in from different walks of life, culture, race, experience, and going, yes, we see this person on the list, we love it, say no more, it's exciting, because what that signals to me is that there's change, right? That there's a broad awareness of the world in which we live, and the desire to ensure that the shows and stories that we are telling represent what that world looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned earlier, ABC scripted has really long been influential with regards to diverse casts. I mean, we can really kind of talk about Grey's Anatomy on up, but certainly it was happening a little bit before then. But Grey's Anatomy really kind of shifted things for the network. What does it mean to you that so many others have followed suit? After seeing the successes that you guys have been able to do. I mean, you take a show like Blackish, which is about a Black family, but it has a very universal appeal. And I think everyone is kind of discovering that there are these universal truths, regardless of what the protagonist might look like, right, in a story. But what does that mean to you? Yeah. I know, right? It's like, who knew? Who knew? But what does it mean to you that so many eyeballs in the industry have been looking at you guys, and then really kind of playing follow the leader in respects to that very important aspect?
Frankly, it means a lot. I mean, I wanted to sit back and be thoughtful about this. The answer, it means a lot. It means a lot to know, here's what I'll say when I think about Grey's Anatomy. And I remember sitting at our production table and Shonda Rhimes coming into the room. At that time, I believe I had been at the company maybe 2.5 years. And I hadn't seen this, as of yet. And this was a long time ago. This Black woman walk into the room. And I said, I mean, I wasn't prepared for it because I had no idea, what race she was. I was just like, okay, great, producers are coming. They're going to come talk and we'll talk about the characters. When she came to the table, it was so profound to see her walk into the room and share her, share her input or share, the direction and vision for this particular story. And then I think about the casting process. And this being one of very few experiences for me where we had the ability to bring in whole races for the same role. It was every day, during the casting process, I walked away going, oh my God, this is so amazing. Like, we had an African-American come in for Derek. We had a Caucasian person come in for Derek. It was awesome. And just to watch like the best actors win out the roles and then kind of to see what the journey has been and where these, where everyone is now is profound. It is so profound, and I am so excited that I had the ability, right, to be a part of that experience and then to be able to share that. And then for others, between Grey's Anatomy, Lost, a multicultural cast, where others could sort of sit back and go, oh, wow, as we just shared, right? We all walk and talk the same way and, have, the same experiences and feelings about things. And that these characters and actors resonate, with our audience is, it's just amazing. I don't think I can't take that back, right? You can't turn the time on that one. And so it's been so fulfilling.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, imagine that we have television shows that actually look like the worlds that we live in real life. Who knew that would be a thing that would work so well for audiences? Kudos for that. When you first arrived at the Walt Disney Company 16 years ago, what were you hoping that you would be able to do? Because I would imagine that you have outperformed even goals that you've set for yourself when you first, walked through those doors 16 years ago.
Honestly, I think you probably hit the nose, hit it on the head, hit the nail on the, whatever we call it, the hammer on the head. Frankly, when I went into casting as an executive at a network, I don't think, all I wanted to do was just be a part of the process, right? Like have a voice in the room, read material that was exciting for me, and then be a part of the puzzle that brings it together in such a larger way. And as my journey began, I realized that there were very few people that looked like myself. What I did love about the company early on is knowing and seeing, frankly, that there were women that they had empowered in leadership roles to make, decisions and lead the teams in all of their myriad directions. But there certainly weren't a lot of people of color, women of color, frankly, in leadership roles. So having been a part of that journey, right, and having the ability to show up, frankly, honestly and truthfully every day, which I think is so important, for me, for my truth, has been so impactful. And no, while I didn't expect to continue to grow, I am so happy and blessed that I've had the ability to do that, and that the company has actually created space for me to do that, space for me and for my voice. And, I have a 6-year-old daughter, and it's so important for her to see women, her to see women making decisions, her to see women in leadership roles. And, you know, I'm so happy to say that, you know, this company has had that down packed. You know, what we're doing in this industry, what Disney's doing, what ESPN is doing is so impactful and amazing. And now actually taking on the responsibility and accountability to be even more profound with, all right, great, we have created space for, you know, dynamic women leaders, you know, like my boss, Carrie Burke, and like Dana Walden. But we are, you know, creating even more space, you know, for executives and leaders like the Channing Dungey, who at the time was one of the first African-American, you know, presidents of a network, you know. And so having the ability to have taken a journey where I've seen this grow and transpire and walk into rooms where, you know, frankly, you know, there are many times where we would sit in a room and there were so many, you know, female leaders, so many executives of color, and you're meeting with, you know, maybe another network or studio who isn't as necessarily as diverse. You know, it's empowering. It's empowering. It gives you a level of confidence and comfort in so many ways in a world where you don't see many people that look like yourself, you know, to be able to express yourself and be authentic and truthful and just really dig into the creative process, right? Dig into just doing your work and not having to think about, goodness, what other people are thinking or what they might try to internalize, how I say something differently. It's been, I love it. I mean, it's been an amazing journey.
No, it's great. And I love that you talked about, you know, the importance of your 6-year-old daughter seeing, you know, a woman like yourself in a position like this. But it's also important for women that you will probably never meet. I remember when your new expanded job was announced, that news story was thrown into one of my mini group chats, and it was a celebration, you know, in that, and that to me really kind of signaled its importance, and that. If you didn't know, there are many people that see you and appreciate the work that you are doing, like I said, behind the scenes, because it is so powerful. To that, no, of course, to that, how, what are the plans maybe, or how does this change the expansion in your job for what you're going to do? Obviously, you're going to have that impact in the streaming world at Disney Plus, but does this alter kind of what it is that you do, or not so much?
No, not so much. Not so much. You know, honestly, it just frankly expands and builds upon what we're already doing. And you know, look, I think it's a blessing to be able to have touch points to more people, and actually, just frankly, have a voice in the room that might just be a differing voice. You know, for me, my job is casting, and I love it. You know. But what I also love is having the ability to read material, right? And if something is not resonating, you know, from a cultural or a race perspective for me, having the ability to be able to share those thoughts with my colleagues in other divisions of, you know, the business, creative, you know, frankly, my boss, you know, who's the president of the network, and having them actually, you know, listen and then be able to take that feedback back to the creators and seeing shifts in, you know, the characters or shifts in how they're going to approach the casting process is actually what is frankly most important. And, you know, being able to do that across various lines of business, not just at the network, but at Disney Plus is important. And I'm excited about it.
I'm excited about it too, because I know based on what you've gifted us with before, there's going to be more greatness to come. Io Davis, thank you so much for being a part of this today and joining me. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Of course, I'm going to toss it back.
And I love what you guys are doing as well.
Oh, no. We're so happy to have you. Thank you. This was awesome. Of course, I'm going to toss it back to the great Sarah Spain, who's going to take it away from here. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Fantastic stuff. Coming up in just a bit, 2 more powerhouse women. Sage Steele talking to boss lady Dany Garcia is coming up in just a little bit. Loved the conversation about representation there, similar to what Natalie was saying. I used to always be the little brunette girl in the book too. So what we see on TV and in media should look like real life, and we should be able to find ourselves in that. So great conversation there. Loved that. I am so excited for the next panel. When I found out I got to talk to these 2 ladies, I've literally been looking forward to it for the month plus since it came out that I was going to get to chat with them. And I want to start by reading a quote that sort of shook me to the core when I first saw it, and feels like the mantra for women of a certain age and of a certain post-enlightenment moment for them. It's attributed to writer Sophie Haywood, and it goes like this. The older I get, the more I see how women are described as having gone mad when what they've actually become is knowledgeable and powerful and really bleeping furious. The next 2 women are knowledgeable and powerful, and while they are only occasionally furious, when they put that anger to good use, and we should be paying a lot of attention. Glennon Doyle, Abby Wambach, before you say hi, I got to go through these incredible things that you've done. Glennon, author of the #1 New York Times bestseller, Untamed. Over 1 million copies sold in fewer than 20 weeks. Also, #1 New York Times bestseller, Love Warrior and Carry On Warrior. You channeled your anger into becoming the founder and president of Together Rising, all women-led nonprofit organization that's revolutionized grassroots philanthropy, raising over $27 million for women, families, and children in crisis, and into your current We Can Do Hard Things campaign, 40 days of outrage to action, mobilization efforts leading up to the election. Abby Wambach, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, FIFA World Cup champ, 6-time winner of the U.S. Soccer Athlete of the Year award, also a New York Times bestselling author, Wolfpack, and the new Wolfpack Young Readers Edition. You channeled your anger into co-founding Wolfpack Endeavor, a training program that's revolutionizing leadership development for women in the workplace and beyond. You're also on the board of directors for Together Rising, and you helped inspire that powerhouse group of women, including Natalie and Julie that we just heard from, for the brand new NWSL team, literally changing the face of sports team ownership. So now, you've got the gear on too. God, I can't wait till I get my merch. I literally already texted Foudy, when am I getting my merch and hanging out with you guys? We had a pre-call, and as I've just said all of those wonderful things about you, we decided the only way to start this panel was to first talk about all the things we don't like about ourselves and why we're terrible failures, because no one wants to listen to a bunch of badass women talk about how great they are. So I will start. Most of this hair is faker than the background behind me. It is not this sunny, and there are not people walking around behind me. The hair is fake, and also when I get really nervous, instead of pitting out, I sometimes sweat through my underwear. So that's hot and great, and now I've shared that. What about you guys?
There we go.
Yeah, I love the sweating. I'm a sweaty sweaterton too. Actually, I only wear tank tops because my sweating gets so serious. So I'm just going to do that now.
Perfect. We're disrobing already. Good start. Feel comfortable. Abby, what's wrong with you?
I wish that I liked working out more in my retirement. It is a grind every single day. And believe me, like I loathe this part of my personality because I just dread it until I do it, and then I'm fine. But like I can't stop dreading it.
And Sarah, she tried to get me for so long to run with her. And one day she came home and I was laying on the couch and she said, I just heard on this podcast that for every mile you run, it adds 7 minutes to your life. And I was like, okay, well, it takes me 16 minutes to run a mile. So I'm losing life. Like it's actually killing me.
I like that you rationalized your way out of that using facts and figures. That's the way to do it. Yeah, math.
Yeah.
Let's start there though. Why do we have to do that? Glennon, you talk about this in your book, and it's such a hilarious thing to read because we've all been there. You're watching like a 12-year-old soccer player, and she's making you angry because she's proud of herself.
Yeah. I mean, I started noticing that a lot after Abby and I met, and I would be at speaking events and somebody would raise their hand and say, Glennon, you know, when you used to talk about depression and addiction and how hard life was, I used to just relate to you so much. But now since you're, you know, happy and you found Abby and you've become more successful, I just find it harder and harder to relate to you. And I just always thought, yeah, that makes perfect sense because every study shows that the more successful, strong, bold, happy a man becomes, the more people like him. And the more successful, strong, bold a woman becomes, the less people like and trust her, right? So it's an actual bell curve. And so women who are in any sort of living their lives out loud know that the world will only tolerate a certain level of confidence and success. And so we know that we have to undercut ourselves in the beginning of interviews. I used to, every time that I would talk about Untamed or talk about leaving my marriage for Abby, I found myself in the first few seconds of every interview mentioning that my husband cheated on me and mentioning real quick that I'm a nonprofit leader. I raise tons and tons of money for women and kids. Mm-hmm. And the reason I was doing that is because I knew that people would need a permission slip to like me, right? Okay, well, it's okay that you did what you wanted because you had the right to. So it's just, I stopped doing that, although I just did it in this interview. But I have stopped doing it because I just want women to be able to do what they want without any permission slip from anybody.
Right. Well, there's a Venn diagram of basically Beyonce. And that's it. The people that we let be fierce and love them anyway. Everybody else, and you're almost there, Glennon. This book is going to be #1 for one more week, and that's it. We're going to stop liking you. I'm so sorry. What a disappointment for you.
I've got like 6 minutes left, Sarah. I know it. I'm enjoying it now. The teardown is on its way.
Abby, why do we put other women down for being entitled? Because I feel like in sports, it's a little bit less of that, right? We rise behind our great women goats in sports a little bit more than we do in other places, but it's pretty rampant still.
Well, our women's national team had and has a culture of truly supporting each other and really actually celebrating each other's wins. And I think one of the reasons for that is because we weren't afraid to turn up our own volume. I think a lot of times when people are looking at somebody else and their success, this jealousy and fear rises to the top, and then they're not able to actually make good decisions or see that they actually have more to offer, right? So Alex Morgan scores a goal, Abby Wambach's like, yes, awesome. And now it's my opportunity to raise my level a little bit. And I think that especially women who have been told their whole lives to be quiet, to not be ambitious, to stay on the path, essentially, women don't know actually how to turn up their own volume because they've never been given permission to do it. So I think that women athletes are given more permission because they're playing in a man's world, and they also probably could kick the rear ends of any male athlete or any man that they're talking to or up against.
Yeah, I want to get to that in a minute. But first, to what you just said, I think there's an element of teammates and the wolf pack that you talk about in your books. And you talk about pointers and rushers. When a woman scores, there's 2 options. We're either rushing or we're pointing. The goal scorer has to point at all the people who set her up to succeed. And the rushers have to go to her and congratulate her for succeeding. You're not going to win a sport if you aren't happy when your teammate scores, right? That's the goal that you're all going together towards. But you also mentioned maintaining the illusion of scarcity is how power keeps women competing for the singular seat at the old table instead of uniting and building a new, bigger table. It doesn't happen as much in sports because you work together towards something, but everywhere else there is this. Women are enemies. You should all hate each other because you're fighting for one spot. All the spots go to men, but you get the one and fight for it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's why we have to forgive ourselves for, every time someone says to me, I'm a guy's girl, first of all, I want to call 911. I just want to get triage out and be like, dear God, what happened to you? We have so much work to do. You're missing life. Okay. But also we have to forgive ourselves for having that knee-jerk reaction of jealousy because that's not our fault. That's not innate in us. It was planted in us. It's because if we grow up in a world where at every single table, there's 12 seats and 2 of them are for women, right? Who's going to be more relaxed in life? Who's going to be more supportive of other people? The guys, because they don't play musical chairs as much as we do with each other, right? So scarcity, this idea that we have to knock each other down and that if another woman has success, it means less for us. It's been true. Okay, that is true. And also this other idea we have that, women are catty. I hear that so much. Like women talk about each other behind their backs. I mean, I just always think, if little boys are taught to be direct with each other and little girls are taught to be nice to each other, right? So we don't, why can men just fight it out and get it over with? Just say the thing and get it over with, because that's what they were trained to do. little girls, women would stop stabbing each other in the back if we were trained as little girls to just stab each other in the front and get it over with, right? Yeah. So this idea of having the ability and the right to be direct with each other is not something that we learned as children, and it scares us when it happens. But we can practice it. We can decondition ourselves from that.
It's still happening. A friend of mine was telling me about a daughter, and she didn't want to play with someone in class and just said, I'm not interested in playing. And the teacher called home and said, we need to learn how to make her nicer when she doesn't want to play with someone. And she said, are you telling the boys that, or are they allowed to just say, I don't want to play? And so it is. But what you just said is so important, because it's not just saying, okay, a scarcity has existed, and therefore that's why we are conditioned to feel this way. It's saying that scarcity is not real. It's something that's perpetuated by people who benefit from keeping that scarcity. And how, once we're aware of it, do we change it? And that's everything. And this book, Untamed, and the lessons in Wolfpack are all about that. It's basically not just be a great woman and do whatever you want. It's figure out all the ways that you have been programmed to believe things, understand why you believe them, and decide if they're still for you and if they need to be a reality in the life that you're living. And I'm curious if you guys had a pivot point where you thought to yourself, oh, okay, I don't have to buy all this crap. I get to decide for myself whether these things are real or not. Or was it gradual?
I mean, for me, it was kind of a really interesting moment. It was the ESPYs. I was on stage getting the Icon ESPY Award next to Kobe and Peyton. And for me, up until this point, as a women's national team player, we had just won the World Cup. We had been received like champions back here in the United States. And I kind of fancied myself. I was like, wow, we're really doing it, us women, right? Here we are. And then I find myself on the stage next to these legends, right? And as soon as the lights turned off and the cameras turned off and the three of us turned to walk off stage, it like smacked me in the face at how different our retirements the three of us were walking into would be. And, their biggest concerns were where they were going to invest their hundreds of millions of dollars that they rightfully earned. But my biggest concern was how I was going to find a new job to pay a mortgage, right? And this was the moment where I realized, oh, I am not immune to the things that all women everywhere experience. I thought that because of my status or my time on the national team gave me immunity to the patriarchy, but it's just not true. If this was happening to me, this is happening to every woman on the planet. So I had to reevaluate everything, right? Because I, back in the day, said that I was like a guy's girl.
Yes, you did.
I could hang out with the guys, but what was I doing? I was like, I don't know. It just feels like I just wasn't really honoring myself. I was just fitting in. I was taming myself.
And you were enjoying your proximity to power.
Yeah.
Right? You were allowing yourself. That's what we all do. Probably a lot of people that are on this call are people who in some ways have gotten a seat at the table, right? Who, and it is our tendency when that happens, just to let the door shut behind us.
Yeah.
To feel grateful that we have a seat at the table, and to then assimilate to the culture at the table, which is how scarcity continues, right? So we say, okay, I'll accept my power to proximity, and in return for that, I will not ask for any real power, and I will not stand up for myself, and I will not stand up for anyone who's not at this table, and I will be quiet, right? So just blowing up, like getting to the table and then slowly blowing up the culture at the table is what privilege is for.
Yeah.
Right?
That's good.
And while you're on that, Glennon, something, we do that in sports. Abby and I, we're like 6 feet tall athletes, so we've gotten into a lot of rooms because of that, and we've gotten that proximity to power. And fortunately, we've been aware, this hasn't fixed anything. But we've been smacked in the face a little when we realized sexism is very real. When I went on a job interview and I got harassed, and I thought, I don't get to be the one woman in this industry that doesn't get sexually harassed because I'm an athlete and because I'm tall and because I think I got this. You get smacked in the face by it, and it's the same feeling when you're reading Untamed and you get to the section on racism, because white women, that proximity to power allows us to skate through life feeling like as long as we're not actively racist, we're doing all the right things, and we are benefiting over and over from the white guys and we are fueling the things that succeed, that cause them to succeed, as long as we get to hang out with them. That chapter, I told you already on the podcast, you were on That's What She Said with Sarah Spain, shameless plug. And I told you I was sharing pages from the book and reading from it completely illegally. Some sort of copyright laws probably violated as I shared it everywhere, took pictures of the pages. Talk about that, because that was a major moment for me in the book.
Yeah, well, I feel certain, and then I'll speak for myself, but I mean, honestly, it's all white women. But I do feel that at some point, white girls, we just kind of make a deal with the devil. And it's just like, okay, I will accept my proximity to white male power, right? And enjoy the comforts that offers me. And in return for that, I will agree to, again, not ask for any real power, right? I will agree to accept things like, okay, I'll accept the protection from the police that they are created to offer me. But in exchange for that, I will never look over there and ask what police are doing in those communities, right? I will walk into my kid's school and make sure that every single kid has 9 freaking iPads, but I will not look down at the school down the street and ask why they don't have clean water, right? I will over and over again accept the relative privilege, comfort, protection that white supremacy offers me. But I will never confront. I will pretend I don't know about the destruction that white supremacy reigns on everybody else, right? And so, for me, it really comes down to, once you understand that, it becomes your job to understand that you have just misaligned yourself, right? As a white woman, I have aligned myself over time with white men. And now, because there's so much racism and misogyny and homophobia, all of it that we see right now, it is my job to align myself with everyone else.
Well, because isn't that the way that power wants it? The structure of power wants to, sorry to interrupt you, but the power of structure, the structure of power wants to keep everybody they are in power over separated and afraid of each other.
Yeah, well, and we're the gatekeepers.
Right.
We are the protectors.
Right.
Of white male supremacy. And what's happening right now in our country is just that white women are finally understanding, our proximity actually doesn't protect us at all.
Yeah.
Like, we were okay pretty much when everyone else was getting screwed. But now with this administration, we have finally realized, we're going to get screwed too. So we have shown up, and that's sad that it took us that to start showing up. But yeah, I mean, I just think in every moment, like, how do I betray white supremacy in this moment? How do I betray? And you can betray it you can betray it on a Zoom meeting when somebody shows their racism or their misogyny. Like, you can call it out. We have to stop protecting false peace and just be okay to make racism and misogyny and homophobia uncomfortable in every area and just let it burn.
Yeah, you said that today. I will make sure every man who ever makes me feel uncomfortable, I'll make sure that to make them feel uncomfortable with their eyes or their gaze or whatever, I'll look at them and be like, what?
Oh yeah, I did that today. That's
One of the things in the book that you mentioned that we can all totally understand is this idea of embedded messaging from society about our bodies and our beauty and everything else. Every woman can say, we understand how for our whole lives, magazines and media and otherwise told us we needed to look a certain way and feel a certain way in our bodies. We do not do the same thing with embedded racism. We don't understand what watching the show Cops at Night with our family did to us. We don't understand that media portrayals of black men and black boys made us feel a certain way. And until we acknowledge our own complicit behavior in that, until we feel the same way about that training as we do about beauty training and the way media affected us in that way, we're going to continue looking outside of ourselves for the problem instead of understanding our own involvement in it. And I think everyone needs to read at least that. I mean, the whole book, of course, and everybody has because it keeps selling. But that is such a big part of it. The playbook of patriarchy is something that comes up in sort of both of these. And how do you look at what you've been told your whole life and understand what's useful and what's real? How do we start to actually see the things that we've looked at our whole lives and decide? Because a lot of people will read these books and be like, oh, I just accepted that. How do we actually see them?
This is a you question.
Well, I think
I'm still working on it.
I think of some of these things as just like roots underneath the ground that control us, and we can't see them. And they're just like beliefs that we have over time that have been planted in us. Walt Whitman says we just have to examine everything we've been taught in the world or in a book or in religion and dismiss whatever insults our own soul, right? And I think that sometimes we have to. I remember when I was trying to decide, am I going to honor myself and follow this love, or am I going to go back to my broken marriage because I was too afraid to rock the boat? I almost abandoned myself because I was so afraid of hurting the children. I was so afraid of being a bad mom. And one day I was looking at my little girl, and I remember thinking, I'm staying in this marriage for her, but would I want this marriage for her? And if I wouldn't want this marriage for her, then why am I modeling bad love and calling that good mothering? And this is the kind of experience that makes you realize you have bought a lie from culture, and it's affecting your life. It is making you not make good decisions, because the reason I thought that is because I have bought the lie my whole life that a mother is a martyr, right? That what we do to show our love is just slowly die, just slowly bury our dreams and our ambition and our hopes and our feelings and our emotions, right? In honor of our children, which is such a terrible legacy to pass down to our kids. We all know how hard it is to be a fully human woman when you have been raised by a martyr mother, right? And so that was one of those moments where I was like, oh, this unconscious belief that I have, because in every realm, the culture plants ideas inside of women that tell them to disappear, okay? Whether it's like a good employee, a good female employee is accommodating, whether it's like a good wife is submissive, whether it's a good mother is a martyr. It all means the same thing. It all means slowly disappear, right?
Yeah.
So for me, it was re-examining that belief and saying, oh, a good mother is not a martyr. A good mother is a model, right? If I want my kids to live freely and beautifully and truly, I have to do the same thing.
And what I would just add to that is, especially with the race conversation, because like you, Sarah, when I read that chapter, it was years ago before when the book was getting edited and whatnot, I remember feeling like, whoa, like somebody just took off the sunglasses that I had been wearing my whole life. Right. And now the sun is so bright and I can't not see it. Right. And so it's up to every person to uncover their own internalized racism, because we all have it. Like every single one of us has it in us, and it's not our fault. But right now that I know that, if I don't do anything to cure my own internalized racism, then it becomes my fault. So what we talked about in those early days is like, look, I'm not going to say much about it until I have actually uncovered more of why this has happened to me, why this has happened into the world, educating myself on the actual history of this country, so that we can start making our apologies, and so that we can start creating the kind of country that has been said that it is, right? The United States of America. And I want to be proud, but a lot of work has to go into it, and it has to start inside each and every individual.
It's good, babe.
It's the awareness. It's the awareness, and it's the same as understanding, those embedded beliefs about everything else, right? First, we have to say, why am I mad at this 12-year-old girl for being great at soccer and being proud of it? And why do I think a 12-year-old girl is entitled? She's just really good at soccer. She's not showing up. But you have to be aware. Why do I think that? Why have I been told in my life over and over again? And it's the same thing with that. To what you just said about the sort of freedom that you give others when you allow yourself to be free, the model that you give to your kids. I remember I was prepping for this, and I messaged my mom. I said, Mom, why wasn't I worried about being loud and being an athlete and whether I have kids or not, and what people think of me? And I think so much of it is being raised by someone who was working, who wasn't worried about gender norms and traditional roles and everything else, and just modeled every day the behavior that is of a badass lady. And you mentioned on Brene Brown's podcast that your son came to you and your ex-husband, Craig, and told you that he's gay. And you thought, and Craig said to you instantly, what if you, Glennon, had not owned who you are? Our boy might not have been brave enough to own who he was. For both of you, what is that feeling to wonder what your son would have gone through if you had never acknowledged that you fell in love with Abby, if you had never left Craig, and if he had wondered if he could be himself?
I mean, it's what has happened with Chase and the way that our family, I mean, even Craig's reaction of that being his reaction. He could have had all kinds of different reactions. Like, it was so generous and so beautiful and just such an example of the kind of man that he is. I felt healed a little bit. When you go through a divorce, even if it's the right thing, it's a hard thing. And it hurts the kids and it's painful and there's all kinds of collateral damage. And so to know, and it can still be right. You know, it's like something I have to remind myself every time I see all the little bags in foyer, and it makes me sad that they're leaving. And I have to remember something can be hard and hurt and still be right.
Yeah.
Right. You know, that's a kind of a mantra for me, but it just felt like, wow, it is true that the more we give ourselves, all kids really need, all our friends need, all anybody needs is to have permission to be fully themselves.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all anybody needs, right? To know that they can show up. That's our definition of family. You can show up at the table. You can change. You can grow. You can be different today than you were yesterday, but you will always be both held and free.
Mm-hmm.
And to know that the path, while difficult, is also what gave him that.
Well, and the thing with Chase, like when he told us, I'll be totally honest, like it was one of the most intense moments of my life because, you know, when you're a gay person, one of the things that you're told, right, is that the world out there says, don't ever have children because you're going to make them gay, right? That has always been told to me from the beginning.
By people you loved.
By people that I loved, yeah. And so when this child brings us this information, my first reaction was total shock and then fear.
Yeah.
And so my coming out story had a little bit of drama and trauma, probably is the better word for me. And what I realized is that my mom wasn't afraid of me. She was afraid for me because the same fear for me, for my son, crept in. And I, even to this day, have to keep reminding myself, like, it's okay. It's going to be okay. He's not going to go through the same life that you had to go through to come out and to tell the world that your story and who you were. So for me, there was so much healing in that, gosh, what a beautiful thing children can bring to your life in terms of healing those childhood traumas.
Yeah. Glennon, in your book, one of the most powerful things you say about progress and our understanding and our better understanding of LGBTQ plus people or gender norms or gender binary, anything, is progress is just perpetually undoing our no longer true enough systems in order to create new ones that more closely fit people as they really are. People aren't changing after all. It's just that for the first time, there's enough freedom for people to stop changing who they are. It's such a beautiful thing because it's so simple and obvious, but so many people are fighting progress tooth and nail because they're just afraid of what they don't know and what they don't understand. And if they just simplified it down to let everyone be truly who they are and show up, how simple is that? How much easier is that than, what are we labeling this and who are you and what are you? And that was one of the things I loved about this book too. And when I had you on the podcast and you said, you know, when you decided to let yourself fall in love with Abby and tell the world and post this beautiful photo of you guys on the deck together in love, you said, I don't really care what people think about it. That's not on me. I'm fine. I'm great. I'm so happy. So you need to figure out why it would matter to you that I'm fine and happy and great. And you falling in love with Abby and the way you talk about it in the book is so romantic, and also probably had a lot of women wondering if they were looking for an Abby instead of an Adam, but that might have just been me projecting. And I'm married and I'm very happy. I'm just saying that the way you wrote about it, I was like, is that what it happens? They just walk in the room and you stand up and bow to them like a weirdo? Wow. Yeah, well, it did for you, and now everyone needs to read that part, of course, too. But Abby, your book is less flowery about how you met Glenn, and I expect that book is later to come. We would all like to hear the other side of that story. Yeah, like when you walked in the room and this weird lady bowed at you and then asked for a hug like a creeper. But in your book, one of the things you do get into, which I love, is the grateful stuff, because as women we are told to be so grateful for everything we get. Oh, you're lucky you just get to play sports. Oh, well, in my day you didn't even get to have a job. And you say be grateful, but don't just be grateful. Be grateful and brave and ambitious and righteous and persistent and loud and demand what you deserve. So what's that moment where you start asking for things, whether that's a woman, a CEO, or, you know, my sister-in-law who's in a small town in Wisconsin and recently became untamed and is now like, let me at him. What do I do in this small town? So how do you start that process of stop being just grateful and actually demand things?
Well, gratitude is often the only emotion women are allowed. Let me repeat that. Gratitude is often the only emotion women are allowed. Right? It's like an idea that everything that we as women earn has been given to us, right? That is the system that's been set up that we are playing. Like, that's just the world we live in. So for me, I understand the desire to want to just like turn it on its head and go out into the world and be like, give me everything I deserve. But the truth is in order to actually go out and deserve it, you got to work. You got to put the time in, because you can't just go around demanding the ball and then not produce. Like, the reason why that part of the book is so important to me is that Michelle Akers, she demanded the ball, and she showed me what is possible when a woman steps into her power, when a person steps into her power, what is really possible. And what made it so unbelievable is that she actually delivered, right? Now, this doesn't mean you have to be perfect, because that's also another situation we don't have enough time to talk about. But the truth is, we have to start practicing. We have to start practicing, hey, listen, I think I deserve this. You know, I want this. And practice can start in your own home, right?
It has to.
Talk to your spouse. I need more time for myself, whether it's to get more skilled at your job, whether it's to take care of your body, work out, meditate, eat better, whatever it is,
watch
you can start
zombie
cultivating.
Yeah, and know that this message of women only being allowed to be grateful is ingrained in every part of our culture.
Yeah.
Like, the reason why you know who's not sitting around at night writing in their gratitude journals? Any men. Okay? Don't have gratitude journals. Okay? They don't wonder all night if they're grateful enough to ask for a raise. Like, this is, you know, I wear on my neck, I have more. I think more is the most subversive word that a woman can claim, right? Just like more power, more equality, more justice, more love, more money, more peace, more. And just know that the reason why we are trained to be ashamed of our desire, right, is because if we constantly just feel like, oh, this is good enough, I should just be grateful, we will never challenge status quo, and power will never have to be shared. It's a great trick of patriarchy to try to shame us out of our wanting.
Yeah. I love that it's grateful and, though, because we know the importance of gratitude. We understand how it can help us through tough times, but then we don't stop there. Then we ask for more. Glennon, you know, your story is a sort of shining example of being able to reimagine yourself as something other than what you are. And yesterday we had this great quote, be ready at any moment to give up who you are in order to be what you could become. You gave up the addiction and the disordered eating and jail time and being away from family where you couldn't reconcile some of your choices with their love, being married to a man, you know, all of these things, and you were able to see a completely better and brighter place to be. There are people right now watching this who are not there yet, and they can't imagine finding the peace that you found, and the fact that you now say, I want more of what I already have. I don't need to go find something to make me complete. What do you say to those people who haven't yet made that leap, or who fear making that leap of, I have to change a whole lot and I don't know if the other side will look better? It's scary.
Yeah, it's really scary. I mean, you can have whatever you want. You just have to be willing to give up everything you have.
I mean, not every single thing.
Willing.
You got to be willing to give up.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they do know what they want, right? It's just like whenever a woman comes to me and says, you know, I can imagine more for my marriage, but I can't bubble up. There's always a million buts, and I should, but a good woman, but I should be grateful. But so when we hear the language of should or shouldn't or supposed to or can't or right or wrong, that's all indoctrination, right? So that's a person who's in their head. So my job is always to get people to jump from their indoctrination to their imagination. So the way that I always do that with women is I say, okay, stop. I know you can't. I know you can't. I know it's impossible. But can you tell me a story about the truest, most beautiful relationship you can imagine? Right? You know, I know I should have more at my job. I know I should have more purpose. But I can't leave my job. Okay. Can you tell me a story about the truest, most beautiful career you can imagine? And then this amazing thing happens, which is that the mind shuts down, because the mind is just a hamster wheel of crap. It's like this just excuse maker. So the mind calms down, and then the imagination rises up, and the imagination is the storyteller. And everybody has a story that is deep inside of them about what their truest, most beautiful relationship looks like. And by the way, all of my friends want a different relationship, okay? But most of them want a different relationship with the same person, right? They just haven't gotten to the point where they've shared bravely their needs and their dreams and it's such a scary thing to do. But what I know is that the truest, most beautiful life has to come to life one dimension at a time. It's like how an architect doesn't go from dream to building, right? They have the dream, and then they write it down, and then it gets built. So the starting place is always, first of all, when you feel discontent, when you want more, you tell yourself that maybe the fact that you can imagine more does not mean you're not grateful enough. Maybe the fact that you can imagine more means you were meant for more. Right? And you just start asking yourself unscary stories like, okay, what is the truest, most beautiful relationship I can imagine? And then we figure out that what's in our imagination is not our pipe dreams, it's actually our marching orders, right? We all have blueprints for our lives, and they're not out there. Nobody's ever made them because nobody's lived our life. They're in here.
You guys, isn't she so amazing? I get caught up sometimes. I'm like,
I know. Trust me, we all feel that way. We all want to be best friends with you guys. Trust me, everyone reading the book was thinking that. Everyone I told I'm doing this panel is like, oh, can we all be friends afterwards? I'm like, I'm working on it. You know, one of the things you talked about is with your sobriety is feeling everything. And what's so much worse than feeling everything is feeling nothing. And that's the same message for someone who has this dream for something bigger and something more. What's so much worse than potentially messing up what you have is to never actually have what you want and to just settle. And that's such a message from this book. And it's so amazing. I'm curious, when you talk about the knowing in the book, which is sort of just like your gut, and sometimes you label it imagination or knowing or God or whatever higher power, how do you know when something is your knowing telling you this isn't right for me versus anxiety stopping you and you listen to it and you let that fear prevent you when actually your knowing would be saying, you can get through that. Don't let this anxiety slow you down.
Yeah, well, here's where I get a little bit woo-woo, Sarah. So here's where we change from Sporty Spice to Spirit Spice, okay? If everyone read.
You've been Sporty Spice this whole time?
This is a sporty.
Yeah, I don't think so, Glenn. No.
She was asking about offside.
She hasn't been Sporty Spice. You've been Spirit.
Okay, by the way, really quickly, since you mentioned offsides, we need more non-sporty people in our world because this is what you said about offsides. Offside is canceled. The soccer moms have convened, and together we proclaim all those offside loves are visionaries ahead of the game, literally. Carry on, speedy runners, you are free. I mean, I just want you to write a whole book about soccer with insight like that. But back to what you were going to say, was it Scary Spice or which Serious. Spice are we now? Serious Spice. Yeah, I don't think that existed, but we needed one. Yeah.
I mean, all I know, I'm someone who's I've dealt with chronic anxiety and depression my whole life. So battling between what is real and what is my anxiety is my everyday activity. What I know is that I am a person who was raised inside of a religion and inside of a culture that taught me as a girl that all of the answers were outside of me, right? That I was supposed to pray out there, not in here, that I was supposed to look to experts out there, not in here, that there was a map for life. Right? And I was supposed to ask out there and then follow somebody else's map. And all I'm talking about with the knowing is that it took me 44 years to realize that nobody else knows, that all I was doing was asking other people for directions to places they'd never been, right? Because no one else has lived my life. Nobody knows what the hell I should do. Not a minister, not an expert, not an author, not a parent, nobody, right? So all I mean by going inside for the knowing is that the biggest, I think, change that a woman can make in her life is not like a career change. It's not a religious change. It's not a political change. It's the change from going like this to going like this, from asking the world who she should be and what she should do, and just changing that posture to looking inside and trusting herself. And that is all I mean by the knowing.
Yeah.
I mean, returning to yourself and trusting yourself.
It's like knowing all women and people know what they want, right? It's this knowing, but the how, like to put that into their real life, that's when you can find experts, right? Like, how do I create a good life? Like, that's when you sit down with the therapist. But we all have that knowing inside of us. We just have to learn how to honor it.
And they're experts for some things, but for the big things, they're not. Like, there's no expert or minister or book that I can go to tell me who to love.
Totally.
Right?
I'm not saying that. That's the what. I'm saying like the logistics of how is Abby
giving yourself permission. Yeah. Giving yourself permission for the thing. Yeah. Gosh, I could talk to you guys just forever and ever and ever. I want to quickly point out, because I started with the things you're doing, and we didn't talk as much about them as I would love, because there's so much other great stuff that you guys can impart wisdom on. But deciding, Abby, to work with Natalie and everybody on Angel City FC and saying, if you're not going to let me sit at the table, I'm making a new table, is unbelievable. Glennon, you saying, I need to use this white woman power and take all this money you guys are willing to give me and give it to predominantly women of color who are working and have been working in these communities and for these causes for years and do not get enough attention and funding. And this quote that you have in the book by Desmond Tutu, we have to stop just pulling people out of the river, go upstream and find out why they're falling in. It was another moment for me where people hide in their philanthropy. I'm going to give a bunch of money to a cause, but you're ending up being a foot soldier for the cause that you are against because you are just fixing the problem and you're not getting to the people who are causing it. We are doing that with a lot of things in our life, right? We get frustrated or angry or irate about something, and then we do the thing that feels the most comfortable or easiest to us to try to fix it. We need to go upstream more often, and you guys prove that. Oh, we're not allowed to own teams? Cool, I'll just make a new one, and it's going to be bigger and better, and it's going to inspire everyone else to do that. Oh, I'm going to start a charity that raises $27 million. Most of them are, $30 or less donations from all these different people. This summit that I want everyone to keep in mind throughout was not just ideas and insights, but action. And we are out of time, but very quickly, if there is anything else that you wanted to add or that you want to try to drive home in terms of action, I would love to hear it, because you guys are brilliant.
I mean, here's the thing. My wife wakes up every day and this is what she does. I feel like I'm on the ride of my life, but the truth is taking that walk upstream is hard because you are walking through heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. It is not for the weary, but it is the most worthy and the most fulfilling walk of our lives. And we're going to just keep doing it over and over and over again until we die.
How great are you guys? God, I love you guys so much. I want to talk to you for hours and hours and days and forever, and I want to move in. Okay,
thanks, Sarah.
That was unprofessional. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you for doing the work that you do. And if anyone has not read their books, I don't know what you're doing with your lives. Get on it. Thank you so much, guys. Looking forward to further stalking you online. Love you. Oh, I'm a cheetah. Yes, and a wolf. Yes. And I am very decidedly untamed. Sage, God, I'm glowing. Feel like the Kool-Aid man again.
Honestly, you are untamed. We've known that about you for a really long time. But the fact that you're saying that, I mean, the fact that there's probably more untaming to do of Sarah Spain is scary and brilliant and awesome all at the same time.
Look out.
I wanted to share just that I haven't read the book because of my ADD issues.
Sage.
I listened to the book.
Enough Peloton. The abs are good. Read the book. Oh, you listened.
I swear. I swear. I'm gonna get you. I worked hard for those abs. Thank you very much during quarantine.
Deserve them.
Back off.
You
anyway,
deserve them.
I'm kidding. Here's the thing. Untamed changed my life. I told Abby and Glennon that earlier today, just in a text, to thank them because it takes such courage to come out and to speak your truth. And I told them that Let It Burn is my favorite chapter in the book, which was very hard to choose, but it's called Let It Burn for a reason. If you haven't read it or listened to it as I did, shame on you. Get on it. Take action. That chapter begins with this quote, Sarah. When we let ourselves feel, our inner self transforms. And that's how it began. And I was like, oh boy, I better sit down. And it's hard to let yourself feel certain things and to admit certain things to yourself, because then you got to take action. And then the other one that I wanted to share, to tease and convince people to go get it. Once we feel, know, and dare to imagine more for ourselves, we cannot unfeel, unknow, or unimagine. And it's so true. Once you discover that, you gotta go, right? And so it's taken me almost 48 years to figure this out. Never too late, right? But for myself, for sure, I gotta do it. I also have to do it as a mother of my 3 teenagers, right? My son and my daughters, all of them. And I'm working on that because I don't want them to take as long as I have taken to really go there and to feel and then to live my truth, even if other people don't agree with you. Who cares? That's on them. Well, so I just had to share how much it affected me. It's
living your truth, Sage, and it's also being an example for others. And there's a quote that I read probably 15 years ago now, and it has led me, even when it makes people not like me as much as I would like, maybe at first, hopefully they eventually like me and they realize what I'm doing, but it's Marianne Williamson, who eventually ran for president like 15 years after I first read it. But your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. As we let our own light shine, we give other people permission to do the same. And I feel like women do not do that enough because there's judgment. When those women, Abby and Glennon, do what they do, it makes us all have permission to be the true selves that we want to be, to demand the things we want, to ask for the credit that we deserve, to point at other people doing great and to have them rush to us when we do great things. And the fact that there still needs to be conversations about that makes me, again, want to Kool-Aid man through some walls and tell people what's what. But it does still need to be told to some people, so we have to keep talking about it.
It does, and I do want to add this, because some of the most encouraging people in my life have been men. Have been my father and my brothers and a couple of mentors too. So for all those men out there listening, and I know that there's a lot, I thank you as well, because so many men just here at ESPN who've been supportive of espnW to allow us to do this, that matters too. So when we talk about thinking and feeling and absorbing this, it's not just for women, it is for men and young boys as well. So thanks to everybody, but I just needed to let people know that that book can be life-changing if you're willing to go there with yourself, and it's uncomfortable, but it's worth it.
Yeah. Well said, Sage.
I'm
Speaking
out before
of, I know, right? Speaking of comfortable, I hope you're feeling comfortable, because we're going to get some stretch on and some zen on with Gunnar Peterson, this Summit Wellness session presented by Gatorade. Once again, they have provided me with all kinds of hydration, including their new Bolt 24. But I've got the old school Gatorade, I've got the Propel, I've got 8,000 towels, which are my go-tos when I work out. So shout out to Gatorade. I still have that adorable mini Gatorade bottle phone charger that you were all jealous of last time. Still jelly, I bet. I love that thing. I'm going to drink this Bolt 24 while you get your workout on. So see you in 10.
Hey guys, this pandemic has been rough on everybody. But if you're sitting at home right now, remember the responsibility is still on you. You can't just sit there all day. I mean, you can, but at the end of the day, that's going to work out really, really bad for you. You're going to get heavier and heavier, feel worse and worse, more and more lethargic, less and less productive. So it's time to take charge. And we're going to give you some stuff to do and a way to move out of that and get back on the good foot. So the first thing we're going to need is for you to get up. Get up out of the chair, get up off the couch, get off the futon. If you're in the bed, get up, it's time. I need you to stand up. Big breath in, inhale, exhale, drop it out. Relax it, shake out the hands, drop the shoulders, let some of the stress go. Remember, movement, blood, circulation, all that stuff is what's gonna keep you feeling better. It's gonna keep you in your right mind so you can keep being productive. This pandemic's not gonna stop us, and it's definitely not gonna stop you. Think about taking a few stretches, big breaths in, drop them out, and then I want you to drop, bend at the waist, drop forward, push your hips and butt back, roll the shoulders forward, let your hands hang down low. Inhale again, bring it up, press to the ceiling, drop it down. One more time, drop forward, and I want you to lean over to your right side, break at the knee, grab a hold, whether it's at the ankle, the knee, whatever works for you, and pull yourself active, pull down, walk over, other side, pull tight, back to center, inhale up, shake it out. You should feel better already. We are moving. Let's take some big stretches here. Circle your arms forward, Now to the back. Now across the body, alternate which hand's on top. Good, shake them out. One leg, you can hold something if you need to. Little break in that support leg, the other leg's coming up. I look like a mime, don't I? Pull it up tight. Remember, stretching, flexibility, mobility, all improve circulation, which helps you perform better. Other side support if you need to, pull it up tight. So you're stretching your quad and hip flexor. It's not about pulling the knee back, it's about driving the hip forward so you fire the hip flex. Remember, when you're sitting all day, this is contracted, this is tight, it's shortening. I want you to lengthen it. Perfect. Now drop back, take 1 foot forward, lock that out, break the leg that's back, shoot your hips to the back, play with where your foot is. Dorsiflexion, plantar flexion. You're gonna feel that change the stretch in the hamstring and in the calf. You feel it right behind the knee, especially if you've been sitting for a long time because that knee's been bent. Make sure you keep breathing during this. Switching legs. So your pillars of wellness, and you'll find these listed differently, and they'll be of less or more importance to you depending on where you think you need work. Strength and conditioning, that's definitely one. So resistance training, cardiovascular training, nutrition, which includes diet, supplementation, hydration, not in any particular order, although I would say hydration first. I mean, we're talking Gatorade, the kings of hydration. I think Gatorade invented hydration. That's what I think. You also have rest and recovery. You have body work. You have stress management. All these things contribute to your overall feeling during the day. So focus on one for a week. Give the others a little bit of focus. You can't fix the whole thing at once, but more focus on one, then the others, and then shift your focus as you improve in the one. Now drop down, turn the toe up, little tighter hamstring stretch. The other foot should stay flat on the ground. Take the inside elbow and drive it against the support knee on the inside. So you're gonna feel the stretch, adductors, inner thigh, plus the hamstring over here. And then walk it over to the other side. Drop it down, sink it. You can hold something to support if you need to. Drive back. So we're working flexibility. For some of you, you may even feel your heart rate go up now. That's great, I'll take that. All that is flushing, bringing oxygen, bringing nutrients to the muscles, flushing toxins. That's improvement already. Come up to center, walk it out wherever you can go. Rock back and forth. Goal is to feel the stretch, right? I'm not looking to turn you into a pretzel. You're not auditioning for a circus job. It's just, do I feel it? Am I in touch with my body? Which is going to make you more productive at work. Now drop back into a sit. Bring your feet in together, soles together. Sit up tall. Steady pressure on the inner thigh. Chest is up, chin is up. Work on your breathing. Exhale, let it out. Release the stress. Work on your stress, work on stress management, getting perspective, and exercise does help that. Not just because I'm in the field of exercise do I pitch that. That's firsthand experience. It works. It's also science. One leg out, other leg comes up and in. Cradle it like a baby. Pull it tight to you, sit up tall. You're gonna feel that stretch all the way out, glute medius, into the hip. Find your breathing through the stretching. If you need a cue on the breathing, think in through the nose, out from the mouth. Release it, other side, in tight. Cradle it, sit up tall. Feel the stretch, don't just go through it, feel it, connect to it. It's your body, you have to take care of it. Perfect, take it out. Now bring them up, open the hips, sit down, pressure on the inside. They call it prying. And now one leg back. Again, working that hip flexor, drop it down. Little circles to the outside, circles to the inside. You should already feel better. I know I do. Now knee goes down, instep goes down, sit up tall, drive the hip flexor. It's a controlled drive, feel it, connect to it, relax your toes. Sometimes they squunch up in the shoe. That's a co-contraction, let it go. No energy leaks. Now take the opposite arm across, turn the palm up, Push down on the fingers, open all that up, release the tension of the forearms. If you've been on your keyboard, that's gonna feel great. Open that hand up, turn it over, bend it down at the wrist, working on manipulating it. Come up tall, tuck the heel of the forward leg in to the groin, or you can go mid-quad knee, whatever you're comfortable with. You can sit out here with it and just play with it, or you can work it all the way down to a stretch right here. How long can you be from fingertips to toes? You should feel that all the way out, glute medius, probably some in the lower back if you're really reaching, opening up in the lats. And then walk it forward, switch legs, opposite leg forward, right where we started. Little circles to the outside. Reverse it, little circles to the inside. You should have a massive stretch in the hamstring of that forward leg. Now knee goes down, instep goes down, come up tall. If you need to check yourself, big breath, release it, ease into the stretch of the hip flexor of that back leg. Arm goes across, pull it tight, palm is up, pressing fingers down. You're working flexors and extensors of the wrist. If you've been on the keyboard, like I said, or even if you've just been working the remote, or if you've been playing video games, I know your hands are gonna be tight and tired. Open it up. Gamers, that's my call to you, gamers. Now bring that leg in, tuck it, ease down into the stretch. Again, if you're here, I'm fine. If you're here, I'm fine. Wherever you need to be, this is your stretch, make it your own. And then work on getting forward, going long fingertips, long toes. How long can you be there? Now come up to center. Work on pushing the knees out and the toes out. So think right angles all the way down. Quads, right at the knee, there's a turn. Right at the ankle, there's a turn. Open this up, come down. Drop the hips down. If you're an MMA person, or if you were an MMA person pre-pandemic and you're looking to get back into it, you've got to work this to keep your hips loose. Then bring the soles of the feet together. Work on dropping it back, driving back. Steady breathing while you're back there. So you're working flexibility, getting your breathing under control, releasing stress as we go. Now come up on the shins, sit back between your heels, bring the toes up. Want to stretch tibialis, the muscle the opposite side of your calf gets tight. You can hold it up, you can rock back, play with it. You should feel that all the way down to where the toes connect to the foot. And then ease back wherever you're comfortable going. Knees together, emphasis stretch on the quad. And then coming up tall, hands walk out front. I want you to go back, hips go high. I want you on one leg. Feel that stretch down the calf, other leg crosses over. Walk it back a little, flat foot in the back, hips are high. Play with it again, more prying, drop back, hips, lower back where your central nervous system is located, increase blood flow, that's the key to life in my opinion. Now other foot, cross over, rock back. Now both of them, walk back, take a little break at the knees, coming down. Shake the hands out, big inhale, curl up, tailbone first, vertebrae one at a time, shoulders, shake it out. How about now that we've done some warm up, we've done some stretching, let's get a workout in.
A workout? No, we just did one. Not right now, we can't do a workout, Gunner, because we got to listen to Sage Steele and the boss lady, Dany Garcia. But we'll get a workout later. Thank you for that, Gunner. That was great. Sage?
Welcome back to the 11th annual ESPNW Summit. And I have to tell you, this is always one of my favorite times in every summit, every single year, because the knowledge that we gain from our keynote every single year is just incredible and so memorable. And just to remind you, for those of you who haven't been with us for all these years, shame on you. But let me remind you, some of the keynotes we've had: Robin Roberts, Jeannie Buss, Abby Wambach, Adam Silver, Sheryl Crow, amazing, Billie Jean King, true legends. And the woman that you're about to meet now will be added to that legendary list. She has a long, very, very long bio here. Let me go through it for you. Chairwoman and CEO of the Garcia Companies. She's the co-founder of $7 Companies, which, let me give you a little detail. It's a multi-platform production company and digital studio, pioneering original content for TV, film, emerging technologies, and digital networks. Beautiful storytelling within $7 Companies. Also, the co-owner of the XFL. She is a powerhouse, and she is quickly becoming my friend, whether she wants to or not. I'm honored to have her with us here today. Hello to Dany Garcia. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for that intro. I appreciate it. I'm so happy to be here. I wish we were in person, but I am so excited that we're getting to do this anyway. It's going to be wonderful.
Well, we will. I'm going to hold you to that. We will be in person at some point, one time or another. I'm going to make this happen because it would be a true honor for me. And honestly, that was the Cliff Notes version of your bio, of your resume, and we will get to, I think, the intricacies of it over the next 30 minutes or so. But Dany, thank you so much for being here. And we can go through the bio, and it's amazingly impressive. But your story as to how you got here, I think, will really resonate with so many people watching today. So I told you, I warned you I was going to start with this. I want to know your why, because you've done so much. How did it begin? Starting with why? Why this?
Why, why this moment? Why the XFL? Why the expression? Why how I found myself here? It really begins if you have to look at my past. You look at my family. You look at my parents were immigrants. We were a wonderful family. You look at this desire to serve, to do more. I learned very early on that if I work hard, I can make an impact in my own life. I can make an impact in my family's life. I learned after that work and that impact can actually extend to more people, which was super exciting. I learned that feeling, that extension of doing great work, having sustainable companies that speak to millions and millions of people, impacts even more and has such a great reach. It became such a satisfying sort of process and an ethos. So, when people ask me, why do I have so many companies? Why do I do so much? What is the type of business I'm running? I'm running service through capitalism. I'm running taking care of community through corporations and enterprise. And I'm doing that with storytelling and entertainment. I'm doing that by sort of looking at the heartbeat and the soul of all the projects that I work with. And that makes a big, beautiful why.
Look at that smile. I mean, I love it because you obviously love what you're doing and enjoy. When you said the word storytelling, the smile got bigger. So I want to dive certainly into that in just a little bit. But you mentioned family and obviously the importance of family and where your family came from, Cuba, your parents,
Cuba. Yeah.
Young immigrant parents. I mean, who really started from the bottom and now they have you. Now they've created you. But what did you take from what they did to get to where they were to raise you and to raise you with this kind of an attitude, I guess?
It's such a great question. The immigrant parents and my parents came over when they were very young, but they both illustrated a number of things. First of all, take advantage of every opportunity and utilize the skills that you have. So they were very much a proponent of have expectations that are greater than what you see right now. What are you doing today that will actually guarantee and make a difference for your future? So that work ethic was drilled in me at a very young age.
So I guess that's why you started working at 12 years old. What were you doing for a job at 12?
So, you know what, at 12, I really, and which is I think this is the age for young girls and horses. And I really, really, really wanted a horse. And my incredible grandparents purchased a horse for me, but it came with strings, which is, we will get you this horse out of this field that was maybe with 30 other horses, very senior horse. You will have to pay for its upkeep. So I went to work working at a barn, an 8-stall barn. I was 12 years old. And by the way, I was walking to the barn uphill both ways because it's New so it is New Jersey, and there are hills both ways. And I learned the satisfaction. Not only cleaning an 8-stall barn is massive work, but when you're done, it looks amazing. And then I learned and I felt this incredible sense of satisfaction and control because I got paid. And I was able to take care of something that I wanted to do. And that had a huge impact on me. It gave me such a sense of satisfaction. And my horse was named Bucky Dent after Yankee shortstop. Just want to share that with you, Sage. I know you'll appreciate
Beautiful.
that.
I do appreciate this, yes. By the way, I've ridden horses my whole life too, did the equestrian thing, and my daughter's heavily involved in it right now. And people think, oh, it's little girls and riding horses. And what you described is just the tip of the iceberg at the barn and just the care of a living being, an animal. I think there's so many beautiful lessons in the responsibility of horses that most people don't fully realize. And just the appreciation. I mean, there's no days off, right?
There's no right. They don't care about the weekends. No, they have to be taken care of. Absolutely. And you learn dignity and you learn humility and you learn respect because this is such a large, large animal. It shaped me in a major way.
You mentioned your grandmother when we spoke and the influence that she had on you and something she told you that you continue to carry with you, I assume?
Yes, my grandmother was very special. She actually she came from Cuba first, and she was the matriarch of our family, and she was a very strong individual. And I'll never forget. It was, I just started working at Merrill Lynch, and I was moving into my boyfriend and I were moving in together. Again, a thing in a Latino household. But she did stop me for one moment. She said, "Always take care of our family. You may be here, you may go somewhere else, but always take care and make sure this family is secure." And, when your grandmother asks you that, you say yes.
It also sounds like a lot of pressure. You were young when she said that. Did you take it that way?
Yes, there was okay, mama. How we called her mama.
Yeah.
And there was a moment of like, okay, I got this.
Yeah.
But by that time, it was a validation. I guess what it was, as a young teenager, I had made a commitment to myself where I wanted to be a millionaire. I knew what that impact would have on my family's life. I started working at 12, and then my next job when I was in high school was selling men's suits. I knew at 15 that I was going to go into business. By the time I was 16, 17, I knew my major would be international marketing and financing. So I started to look, and I didn't see all the hurdles. I just had this very simple equation. A certain amount of wealth allowed you to take care of your family and make your future more certain. And that was the simplicity in my mind.
Talk to me about being a bodybuilder, because that, along with the horses, along with wanting to be a millionaire, along with taking care of your family, knowing that that was your goal, that was also at a young age where you began that, correct?
I was 13 years old. I actually did some research and I saw Miss Olympia at that year. That was the first Miss Olympia, Rachel McLeish. And I saw that image and it hit me right here. I had never seen a woman's physique quite that strong. She had beautiful lines, wonderful shape. And I didn't understand, okay, how do you achieve that? What's the process? And it's very interesting to be so young. But I was like, wow, that was for me. So it was really interesting that it was only later in life, when my husband was not my husband at that time, it's my boyfriend who shared with me, there's a new division in women's bodybuilding called women's physique, and it had just started. And he said, "Do you want to do this?" And I was like, "Yes." And it was time. It was after Simone had been born. It was later on. I was early 40s at that time when I made the decision. But that dream, that moment when I was 13 never left me. And then there it was. It was time. And now I'm a pro.
Can you tell me a couple of lessons maybe or strengths that you gained, and no pun intended there with the strength, from that sport, from being a bodybuilder, that you have been able to really carry with you over the last 4 decades?
100%. You know, that sport is a fascinating sport. You are in the gym for 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, right? So you have 2 to 3 hours in the gym,
Yeah.
but you need 21 to 22 hours of discipline. So it's a sport that requires not the moment where you're lifting the weights or you're shaping your physique, but what happens when you leave, because it is so tied to what you consume, what your stress level is, how are you taking care of your body, what is your sleep patterns. So you can't put it down and then walk away. You have to look at it and you have to carry it with you, and you begin to understand that even if you're running companies or you're filming a movie, or whatever movie might be in production, you still have to stick to all the mechanics that support stepping on stage. So first competition, I dieted for 6 months. When you diet for 6 months, you can do anything.
For sure. That just made my heart skip a beat. Dieting for a week is a big deal here for me, but 6 months.
Once you start to really reduce your food, and there is no wine in prep, by the way. there's no
Oh,
thermos,
yeah.
there's no alcohol, right? Once you begin to really take away anything that can give you comfort food wise, you begin to identify the things in your life that make you want to eat chocolate cake. So there's a whole awareness of like, wow, whenever I interact with you, I want to eat cupcakes. So you begin to see who's putting pressure on your life. And that is another fascinating process. The interesting thing is that whenever I would compete, you would see the 12 to 18 month period after the competition would be an explosive period of growth for us, either on the film side or the acquisition side. I competed in 2019 and, purchased the XFL in 2020, dropping Terramana tequila.
So give us something tangible. Like what is it that you saw? You hear about endorphins, right? What is it that makes you better?
Besides discipline, you need to develop the neural flexibility to make better decisions, to change your process, right? Or else something's going to fall. My family's going to fall, or my daughter's going to fall, or something with the Garcia companies, and that can happen. So while I'm training, I'm also developing techniques to be so much more efficient. So now I come out of contest, something that has absorbed a majority of my brain is now moved to the side. And all of this great process and discipline that I've developed while I was competing can now be applied to business. So you can see how it's just jet fuel. You just go.
Well, this is something that stood out to me from when we spoke, because you're coming off of bodybuilding and training and again, running all the companies. The quote is, I will never stop working, but I change the way I work, right? So no matter what is going on in your life, personally, professionally, you've
Yeah.
learned to adjust. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have no attachment to process. I only have attachment and commitment to outcome. So I think that flexibility becomes key, because you want to add more to your life. You want to do more things. You want to expand and grow, but you don't want to put things down, right? The things that are really, really important. So if you're not adjusting in some way, you're not going to be able to have all these elements. So I have a passion for working, right? I have a passion for creating. My creation, the enterprises, the films, they connect with people. And that's so important to me. That is so much fun. The XFL is another major expression where I'm connecting not only with the fans, but the athletes, the individuals within the XFL, our partners. And that is just so much joy. So adding that to the plate, I have to be realistic. That means I have to get better. You have to think about it too. I got this way because everything I do is very unique, right? I don't actually have a mentor. I've never had a mentor who I could say, I'm going to walk that path. I've had wonderful individuals who've given me input, but I had to change the inputs to match who I am and how I see things. So right there, you begin to develop some flexibility.
You know, it's fascinating. Through the years, we've talked so much about the importance of mentorship at ESPNW, and that's one of the beautiful things that when we are able to come together live and in person, is that you establish those relationships, and then the relationships continue on, and hopefully we pass it on to those younger, before that are coming after us, because I think so many people have been helped by that, but you had no one. So where did, and I don't, not no one, right? I mean, as far as somebody with that title. So then, how did the idea come about? The Garcia companies, again, that's one aspect of it. $7 companies, and you're doing this on your own, breaking through that glass ceiling. Where did those specific ideas come from to begin those companies?
It was really a belief that I had that I could build a corporate structure around an IP who happened to be a person, a very, very, very special person. And that's Dwayne Johnson. So, when Dwayne asked me to take over his management, I was in wealth management and I was in finance before, and I had been working closely with him, and he asked me to take the lead. And I said, yes, that was in 2008. I began the process of looking at him as not just an actor, but who is this incredible individual with a high EQ, high IQ that has such incredible reach that wants to express in so many different ways. And I started to build out around that. So it was really in this idea and concept and this belief that you can build enterprise around an individual, a very special individual, and what should those entities be? Well, they should be production companies. They should be creative countries. They should be entities that reflect the storytelling I love to do. My production company is one of the few production companies that says we are audience first. So when we're looking at creative and we're looking at a story, we keep the audience right next to us. Why would it be important to the individuals who are going to listen and who are going to be on the other side of the screen or the computer or their cell phone?
So how do you gauge what the audience wants? How do you gauge that and then build from it and continue to make it better?
This is probably the first time I'm going to be saying this as far as what we mean when we say audience. What we mean is having a relationship with someone. Now, if you're talking about relationship, then all of a sudden, the decisions you make are a little bit different. You're listening, you're paying attention. You're actually paying attention to what's happening around the world, around the globe. If I have you for 5 minutes or 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 2 hours, it's not about just jamming those 2 hours. How are those 2 hours meaningful? Because I'm having a relationship with you. And it does change the steps that you take, and it changes the way you think about execution.
And I love that is your focus. I think it explains why you've been so successful and why I know that you still have a long way to go in your mind, because from knowing you as well as I do right now, it is obvious that the wheels are always turning. There's more. And on that note, I mean, let me make sure I have the title exactly right with the XFL, because maybe to you, Dany, you tell me, maybe to you it was just a next step for those of us on the outside, for you to be the first woman to own an equal or majority ownership stake in a major professional sports league in the United States of America. The first is absolutely incredible and so inspiring. When did you come up with that concept that, hey, this is going to be next on my list, watch me?
Well, first of all, thank you for that. And whenever anyone reads it back to me, I always go a little like, it gets me here. The weight of it. The XFL was actually, I saw the first iteration of the XFL in 2001 with Vince McMahon. And I will tell you, even when Vince had launched the league, in my head, I was like, maybe in a year or two, Vince will want a new partner. Maybe he's going to sell the franchise. I was starting to plan my way in there, seeing that it was a few years down the road. And then obviously COVID hit, they went through bankruptcy, and it was such an opportunity. And I refer to it as a soul decision. It was a very internal, easy decision. It was a decision that created a tremendous amount of work. We had, 3 months to do work that we would have done in a year and a half to just prepare for the bid. And then when I got the call that I had won the bid, that was a moment. That was a moment. I can't remember the last time I was so physically expressive of jumping up and down, which is why I then subsequently tore my calf jumping up and
No
down.
way.
Yeah, but it was such a personal moment. It was such a moment of joy. And then a day or two later comes this realization that I am the first woman to have an ownership stake in a major sports league, going after something that I dreamed of. I think it's important to recognize that I did make history, and that means something to people, and the way I execute should have meaning.
I'm trying to put myself in that room and imagine what it was like. I mean, I'll take away the part about you tearing your calf muscle, but the celebration and what must have been going through your mind and your heart, knowing that your grandmother, your parents, they're all watching from wherever they are, watching and so proud, right?
It was so much joy. I think it was a combination. It was an overwhelming amount of joy. It was joy that had to be expressed. I'm still living it. I don't, every day, and the XFL, whoosh, that work schedule is something else, but I'm still living it every time we make another successful move, another major decision. We lay down strategy. I step back and I'm like, here it is. I'm living this XFL moment. So it's amazing.
What is your biggest goal then as the boss here with the XFL, this iteration of it? What needs to happen for you for this to be a true success?
It needs to, well, it has to, it's not one thing, it's a number of different things. But I would say and share, first of all, this organization, this representation of football has to be a representation of culture today, right? And so if you look at sports historically, there's a relationship between ownership and athletes that's very performance based and doesn't have that sort of responsibility and an extension over what happens to your life and what is your life about. The XFL is about the athletes, it's about the fans, the audience, it's about our partners, right? How are we giving our athletes the absolute best platform to perform on safely with the right support, honored, financially taken care of, set up for longevity? And how are we giving our fans an experience that's 24/7, 365? There is so much white space in the process of football. There's also a lack of a female point of view when it comes to storytelling and what you're seeing and how you're relating to the game. And we see the XFL reaching out and telling stories that have never been told before and being inclusive.
That storytelling word comes back once again, full circle with Garcia companies and everything else that you do, constantly telling that story. So you are there. Yes, you have made and continue to make history. And you are now we have that female point of view in those C-suites and in those boardrooms. How do we continue to bring along the next Dany Garcia?
Well,
Not that there'll ever be anyone else like you, but you know what I mean.
I was like, wow, that was the first time anyone said that to me. So it made me go, wow, no, it'll be better than a Dany Garcia. It'll be better. I always say this, at the Garcia companies, my management team is 95% women.
Wow.
Which is, I've been looking for a certain skill set and, it wasn't intentional, but there was a skill set that was required and the best candidates were women. We have an incredible group. But in that, one of the responsibilities we have is do things like we're doing right now. We need to succeed. We need to definitely succeed, but we need to succeed loudly. There are so many more people of color, women, individuals who maybe are out of the box, who are having success. And we need to highlight that. And then most importantly, I shouldn't say now, but most importantly, we have to continue to reach down. Right? I do believe strongly that leadership today in any position needs to be accountable to reaching out and reaching down while you're reaching up. It's no longer just, are we having success and what is the bottom line and what is our growth rate? That is unsustainable. And it means you're not connected to your community and your world. A full corporation, a full brand, which in essence is a living entity of people, should be inclusive, should be reaching out, should be gathering, should be creating. And that sort of style, that process, that's what we have in all of our companies, and that's what we will continue, and that's what we'll do with the XFL as well.
The leadership thing, I think that's a word that we all need to continue to push harder on, because it's easy to have the title. It's another thing to actually lead. And
Yes.
the relationships, that's another word that I won't forget. It takes effort to do those things. And when you're at the top, it's not just, okay, I made it, right? Which I don't know that, again, this is just how you were raised. This is innate in you. So I feel like we all need to take lessons from not what you're doing necessarily, not just what, but how you're choosing to do it, Dany.
Oh, thank you for that. You know what? I would be remiss if I didn't mention one thing, because we've talked about so many things, and you've been so kind to say that this is innate in me. There was, a seed and a germ of who I am today. It was inside of me. But there was also a tremendous amount of self-investment. Right? I did spend the time to do the work. I did spend the time to be okay with fear and to know that even if I'm afraid, I can still kick ass. Like, I gave myself that permission. I went back. I had a divorce as well. And anytime you go through a major life change, it is the time to say, okay, what didn't work? And what was I trying to execute on that was maybe not aligned to who I really was? Because I spent a good chunk of my day philosophizing, looking at strategy, internalizing, asking myself the question, how will I execute better today than I did yesterday? Because I have these ambitions to do more, right? And it's not like I'm going to do more and I'm just going to stay the same. That's not accountable. So I do spend a lot of times reading and researching and self-reflecting. And through that process, these innate abilities that you identify now became louder and louder, and now are just naturally part of my execution. So the best investment
you have to make it. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's a decision. You have to make a decision to take maybe what's here and go to the next level. It's not just going to happen for you. We need that reminder, investing in self and pushing through those many uncomfortable moments. I want to point out to everybody, and we're going to end on this, something that I took from our first conversation, which I think is beautiful. It's one thing to be successful in business, which we all hope for, and you have obviously killed that. You're already there and beyond. But another thing to be successful in life. What does that mean to you?
So I would say the recognition that you can have things, and a successful life feels so much different than just wins, than having wins. Because you can get to a win, and you can get to a win by laying it all out and not spending time with your family and not being present, or sacrificing your body, maybe sacrificing some of your personal beliefs. But when you have both, when you say, I will have success with a successful life, it may take a beat, it may take a moment, but each one of those moments are so much more meaningful. And I live by that. I think it's true.
And to your point, it's one thing to have a dream and to maybe know your potential for one thing or another. It's another thing to go make it happen, but then to do it the right way and bring people along with you. Dany Garcia, I am grateful, and I'm going to have to get a hold of your people. We need to hang out.
You have to. Thank you, Sage. And I'm so grateful that you guys have invited me for this, to be a part of this, to be a part of the summit. This conversation, the thing I love, Sage, is that you actually asked me a number of questions I've never been asked before. So it's a delight to be able to express. And you know what? When you get to express what you're doing, it also puts me back in the present and lets me review my history. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to review my history. It was great.
I appreciate you allowing us to go back and to really truly get to know you. So Dany Garcia, congratulations on everything. And next time when we're all in person live out in California, you need to come hang out. It'll be a blast.
It'll be a blast. I can't wait.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
You're watching the ESPNW Women in Sports Summit, presented by Toyota.
Okay, I guess we're all best friends now. The next summit that we get to be in person is going to be extra fire once we bring in all of our new BFFs. Speaking of BFFs, one of my favorite people at ESPN, who I've over the last year or so gotten to spend a lot more time with, and who you guys have all fallen in love with too, is Elle Duncan, and she's got a whole bunch of amazing ESPN women for the next panel. Elle, take it away.
Thank you. Actually, Sarah, when you said one of my favorite people at ESPN, I thought you were going to say Jimmy Pitaro. I was fully ready for his picture to pop. Did you want to?
Listen, I don't suck up as well as you do.
That's true.
I was talking about you, but now that you mentioned that, Jimmy is my actual favorite person.
I love
You're
him.
one of the people that I like.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And you're right. I do suck up very well. Nose not just brown because of the makeup. Hi, I am Elle Duncan, and we do have an amazing panel with some of the most talented women here at ESPN with incredibly diverse backgrounds who are going to get very transparent and real with us today. But before we do that, I do want to bring in the man who is our straw. He's the straw in the drink, and that is Jimmy Pitaro. Hey, Jimmy, repping for the WNBA. Not only is he repping for the WNBA, he's also BT Dub's chairman of sports content and ESPN. Hi, Jimmy Pitaro.
Hi, Elle. Nice to see you. Great to be here again.
I like Jimmy at his house wearing the hooded WNBA sweatshirt that literally everyone in the world wants. This is like your at-home look, Jimmy.
My wife and kids battle over this sweatshirt, and I'm happy that I got it today. Yeah, I'm happy to represent here.
There's certainly been an interesting year, and I do want to congratulate you very quickly, not because, as Sarah mentioned, I'm a brown noser, but you were just named Executive of the Year by the Sports Business Journal, and I want to bring that up because it's been an unorthodox year, to say the least, especially for someone who leads our sports content in a world where we did not have sports. But outside of what you so effectively did there, we're also seeing companies right now, based on the current climate that they're in, sort of taking stock about where they are with diversity and inclusion. What would you say is ESPN's approach relative to the amplification of females?
It's a great place to start. You know, as you know, we talk about our key priorities at ESPN every day. Things like direct-to-consumer, quality storytelling, innovation. We also talk about audience expansion, and that means many things. But of course, it means being more relevant to girls and more relevant to women. And a question I've asked from day one is, how can we be more relevant to the female audience without having an employee population that reflects that audience that we're trying to reach? And as we're discussing acquiring more women's sports rights or attracting more female fans to games, shouldn't our female execs be leading here? Anyway, I've been very clear with our employees that diversity and inclusion is our top focus and should cut across everything we do. And we've worked hard to develop a respectful and inclusive culture throughout every department at ESPN. But I will say at the same time, we have much more work to do here. And it's, of course, always a work in progress. But I'm personally proud of the progress that we've made, and that's both in front of and behind the cameras. We have talented female execs in so many key roles across ESPN. You know, Laura Gentili, our CMO, Diane Morris, our general counsel, Rita Farrell, our head of sales, Jody Markley in production, Steph Drewley in studio events, Allison Overholt, storytelling, Tanya Cornelius, HR, Joe Fredrickson in Sports Center, and Shara Lynn Aguiar, our head of strategy, Tina Thornton, our chief of staff. It really fills me with pride every week when I sit in our staff meeting and I look around and I see the great diversity. And at the same time, on the talent side, Doris Burke is the first female to become a full-time NBA game analyst. Sage Steele, Linda Cohn, Hannah Storm all play key roles on SportsCenter. Maria Taylor has done a fantastic job for us, wearing so many hats. Jessica Mendoza was the first woman to be an analyst for a nationally televised regular season or postseason game, and is now serving as an analyst for a World Series game. Just so incredibly proud of all of our women. I also want to call out that Doris, Maria, Malika Andrews, they were all key during the recent NBA finals. Cassidy Hubbard Many women, in front of, again, and behind the cameras, just did a fantastic job on the NBA side. And again, we're just so proud of that. And it may be the thing that I'm most proud of at ESPN. And of course, we're proud of the incredible contributions by the women you'll be talking to today: Malika Andrews, Tony Collins, Suzy, Kolber. I'm very grateful that they're here with us today. And last but not least, this virtual summit we're all attending is being produced by women across various departments, and that's espnW, that's marketing, that's production. We love the fact that we have women from so many key groups at ESPN participating and making today possible.
Yep, our A2 is a woman, our floor director is a woman, and I would like to believe that's probably why this thing is going so beautifully. Because we all know, right, that it's just good business sense to have women in these positions, in positions of power, to have a seat at the table. But Jimmy, why would you say it's so personal to you?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're right in that it is. It's good business sense. It's the smart thing for us to do on a variety of levels. But in terms of why it's so personal to me, I mean, look, my sister has been working in the sports industry for many years, and it has not been easy for her all the time. But she fortunately got the brains, she got the talent, she got the work ethic, she got the resilience, the perseverance, and she is now the general counsel at Major League Baseball. And so incredibly proud of my sister for getting to where she is today in a predominantly a male-dominated industry. And then, also keeping it personal for a second, and I have talked about this in the past, at this forum, in fact. My wife is an actress, and she has herself experienced many challenges, but she has persevered and done an incredible job, and worked hard, and has booked meaningful roles through her 20s, her 30s, and now into her 40s. And within the Pitaro household, we've always been 50-50 here. Our jobs are equally important. And I love the fact that my two teenage children see that. They see me making sacrifices for my wife's career, and they see my wife making sacrifices for my career. Again, it's been 50-50, and that's always felt great. And 26 years, it's been like that. Still going strong. Incredible. Congratulations. And while your sister may have got the success and the brains and the looks and all of those things, you got the WNBA sweatshirt. So you're still winning, Jimmy. I was hoping they'd pan down so we could see you in your Timberlands. Yeah, my flip-flops. No, I have it today. I will not have it tomorrow or even tonight. Fair. Jimmy, thanks so much for taking a couple of minutes to chat with us. And you mentioned the fantastic women on this panel that we're about to do, so I do want to get to them very quickly with brief introductions, because most of you know them. They're household names at this point. But the first person I want to introduce used to be a former mascot on now Tony, let me get this, it was the Steel Hounds. It's a CHL hockey team. I think we have it, there it is, there's the evidence. She's now a SportsCenter anchor. So this was her fallback plan, was to be on TV. I think that it was probably the best for her career. We want to say hi and hello to Antonietta Collins, also works as a feature reporter at ESPN Deportes as well. Thank you for joining us, Antonietta. I would also like to introduce someone who I'm pretty sure the only thing that spent more time in the NBA bubble than her was the parquet floors of which the players played on. That is the incomparable Malika Andrews. You see a picture there. That was 100 days in. I believe, Malika, 107 was the final tally before you were able to go home. She's a writer formerly of the Chicago Tribune. And literally, I know people throw out Rising Star quite a bit, but if there's an under 25 about to take over the world domination list, for sure Malika Andrews is going to be on it, covers the NBA for us. And lastly,
our Hall of Famer, a legend in youth football. What? Suzy Kolber was a former baller who settled on covering the sport instead of playing it, and I'd like to say that it has more than doubled her career expectancy, so good decision. Suzy joining us. Of course, you all know Suzy from Monday NFL Countdown. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to start with this off the top, okay? In the name of making us feel good about ourselves. And I'll start with you, Suzy. Tell me one thing that you're most proud of yourself about.
I think it works especially well with this group that I'm with right now, is longevity in this business. That I think for women in general, in major positions, in the sports world, in television, to have longevity and to keep climbing the ladder as you go and still be doing it and doing something that's challenging and high profile, you know, at this stage of my career, I would say it's longevity, number one.
Tony, how about you?
You know what? I tend to be my harshest critic, and just being able to show up no matter what, right? The good, the bad, and having that accountability, but showing up and not giving up, that's what I'm most proud of.
Love it. Malika?
I'm going to go the opposite end of Suzy. I'm proud of starting to have been able to figure out this industry a little bit. It is hard. It is challenging. It is trying. It will attempt to spit you up, chew you up, and spit you out the other side. And I think it's also hard to feel some pride in that, also knowing that there is still so much left that I want to do, want to achieve, and balancing that pride in how I've started with these long-term goals is something that I'm proud of.
There's a method to my madness outside of just loving to hear you all say something that we're all proud of you about, but something that you're proud yourself, is because women in general are very, let's say, hesitant at times to self-promote, right? Like they're very, like advocate for themselves, say the things out loud. Men sometimes are unabashedly sort of like irrationally overconfident, which is why they tend to go to positions of power sort of full bore and ready to go. And I wanted you all to say that out loud because I know it can be uncomfortable for us at women. And I want to start with you here, Suzy. How do you think that women can be powerful without fear?
Number one, believe you belong before anything else. You know, how do you see yourself? Do you believe you should be in that position? You know, you have to feel it, believe it before you can be it. And there's nothing wrong with self-promotion if you consider what's the alternative. Is the alternative you're going to have to look at somebody else in that position? Don't assume that anybody knows your ability or your talent or your ultimate goals. You know, put that stuff out there. And I think all along, I never really looked at myself any differently. I was, especially if you go back to the beginning of my career, and I was a producer, I was behind the scenes, but I could be covering a Miami Hurricanes national championship, and I'd be in a room with 250 men, and I sat front row center, and I asked the first question in the press conference. Because I don't think I ever actually thought of myself as being any different than anybody else there. I felt I belonged, I knew I belonged, I felt comfortable being there, and that was the key ingredient. Not ever even thinking there was anything different about me in that situation, because for all the important reasons of being knowledgeable and prepared, I was ready.
Isn't that one of our greatest weapons, right, against some of those anxieties is preparedness? Malika, obviously being a reporter, that's important. And it's funny, I bring up this question because at a women's panel at the ESPN Summit, when we were all able to congregate in person a couple of years ago, Michelle Roberts, who is the president of the NBAPA, which you know very well, Malika, talked about how she essentially went for that role because other people encouraged her to do it, because she didn't think that she met every single qualification and hit every single, box on the list, and she wasn't sure that she was qualified. And someone was like, man, a man would have said, I'll learn on the go. I deserve this job. I'm going to make this role what it needs to be. And so I ask you, as someone, again, who is very young in the game, but being put in these huge positions, in these large, very front-facing positions, how do you think, and what you've learned, we can be powerful without fear?
I'm going to be really honest with you, Elle. I don't know that I am powerful without fear all of the time, but what I'm working really hard on is separating the idea that my self-worth is entirely tied up in whether or not I succeed or fail in any individual task. And then when I can do that, when I can separate that out just a little bit and say, you know what, I want to go for this, I want to try something, then I can move to a place where I think about, okay, preparedness, being prepared for something is the best way to combat any nerves, is the best way to combat anyone who wants to say, well, maybe you're not supposed to be here. Maybe it's because you're young, or because you're pretty, or because of some other, whatever it is that somebody wants to say. If I am prepared and I do my best, and then either I do well or maybe I don't do well at that individual task, whatever it may be, because I get nervous when I do these things, I'm still working on making it so that however well or however poorly I do at any one of those things, when you're trying new things, it's inevitable that sometimes it's not going to go as perfectly as you pictured in your mind when you were getting ready to do it. And when that happens, what I'm working on is looking myself in the eye and saying, it's okay. That isn't a demerit on who you are as a person. It was just one thing that you're going to get to try again. And I think for us as women, sometimes we put so much on our shoulders about being perfect at something so that we can continue to widen the path that has been made available to us. And so working on that is how I think I'm working towards being able to be powerful without fear.
Yeah, I feel you. I understand. And I know that you know, too, as a person of color, also that idea that we have to be better, we have to be, infallible, and we have to work harder, and we have to do, everything to the best of our ability in order to have somewhat of a level playing field. Tony, what have you learned, and in your time in sports and here and just in general about what it is to be powerful without fear?
You know what, for me, a lot of it is about connections, and as corny as this is going to sound, it's about being there for each other, man. This is such a competitive field, and it can be so rough and it can be so lonely, but you know what? I mean, I've had instances throughout my career here that I've had colleagues, you, Elle, Sage, people reach out when they didn't have to, and just being there for each other and pushing each other, that can be such a huge difference, because alone, it's the mountain to climb. Together, pushing each other, that's what makes us more powerful and allows us to make strides.
Yeah, I think sometimes it just takes someone else to remind you that you just need to straighten out your crown, because it's there and you belong. And sometimes we need that from each other, just the recognition that we belong. And I'm glad you brought that up, Tony, and thank you for bringing that up. And I'll start with you here, Suzy. How do we, because I do think, and this extends beyond just sports. I think it extends beyond just even male-dominated fields, because a lot of people watching aren't necessarily in the sports field, that we have to pick each other apart, right? Like, there can only be one woman for this role, or there can only be one blonde for this role, or there can only be one whatever for this role, and we tend to look at each other as competition. Suzy, in your experience, how do you think that women can be a better support system for each other?
Well, I do know that throughout my career, I didn't necessarily feel I was competitive with other women. The playing field was level, whether it was men or women. And I've always been most proud of that. My first on-air job, which was in West Palm Beach, that it came down to another guy and I, I loved that it wasn't about being a woman. During my time at ESPN, I've just always been Switzerland. There's been drama. We've seen it. It's been written about. And I really was proud that I was Switzerland, like, get along with everybody, support everybody. We all need the support. I just don't think, whether it's in business or in life, that's all that hard to do, is just get along with everybody. And I can say throughout, whether it's my life or career, I'm one of those people that I just like to stay out of the drama, whether it's, the moms around our kids at school or at the workplace. Just stay out of the drama. It's just not that hard to be respectful and to be kind.
Oh, so then basically you're staying out of hair salons too, right? Because we all know, like, that is breeding ground for some of that. Malika, we heard Tony sort of give an example of people who she feels like have supported her. Do you have sort of an example or someone who has shown you what it is to support other women, a lesson that you learned in that regard?
Yeah. Yeah, the first person that comes to mind is someone that Jimmy Pitaro mentioned, Cassidy Hubbarth, who is just so incredibly talented, prepares so well for every sideline hit, for every game that she is on the game broadcast for. And when we were in the NBA bubble, the Bucks decided that they could not take the court in the wake of the shooting of Jacob Blake, and that they were going to organize a wildcat strike. And that was a big event in the bubble, and it caused, as a lot of people watching here know, it caused games to be delayed for several days. And the first game, when players decided that they were going to continue the season, was going to be that rescheduled Milwaukee Bucks Orlando Magic Game 5. And Cassidy was a part of that broadcast group that was scheduled for that game. And that was the A team, the best broadcasters that we have were calling that game, or some of them. And Cassidy called up Tim McHugh and called up other folks within our organization and said, you know what, I think that Malika should be the sideline reporter on this broadcast because she has been covering the Bucks for the past 2 years and was there outside of the locker room and has been covering this story for the last couple of days. And while I think that we should all strive towards exactly what Suzy is talking about, just being kind, I think that sometimes it can be tough when a big opportunity is presented to you to say, well, maybe someone else is better suited for this. And Cassidy did that for me. And that's something that not only am I not going to forget, but I'm actively looking for opportunities to figure out a way to pay that forward.
It's such an interesting point to bring up. I mean, when it comes specifically to Cassidy, like she's amazing. I think most of us here, right? Like awesome. And a lot of that is it's front-facing in a way that, like what happened with Malika, that I thought was remarkable when I read that story. I was like, who does that? Because again, like she left her family. She left her family, she left her baby and her husband, and she could have simply said, I'm down here doing it too, but she wanted to go with what she felt was going to be best for the company and was best suited for the story. But that also comes from a place, I think, of confidence, right, in yourself and in your station and in where you are. And I would love to talk about, let's get a little vulnerable here, because I did promise that as well. Maybe a time in your career or in your life where you felt the least self-assured and how you worked your way out of that. Because to be a woman is to, at times, feel like you are not enough. So I'll start with you there, Suzy. The least self-assured that you've been and how you sort of work through that.
And if I'm going to be 1,000,000,000% honest and candid,
trust tree.
It's just this little bubble of people. It's now. It's now because it's hard to deny in this industry, or maybe any industry for women, that tough to get older. And you see very talented women, but who are younger, up and coming. And it's the old cliche that it's fine for the guys, men can get older and gray and whatever, and they still look great on TV, and what's the big deal? But it's not really always like that, and certainly not fair for women. I was happy to hear Jimmy talk about his wife and just sort of the understanding and the appreciation that as an actress, she has had jobs in her 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. Isn't that nice? So I hope that, especially with his leadership, that we see that kind of thing at ESPN. But I can't lie that as I get older, that I wonder, well, it's certainly not about my connections or my knowledge in the NFL. It's not going to be about any of those things or how hard I'm working, because I've had the same work ethic every single day of my entire career. But will there be some other reason that they will want to replace me?
Wow.
Can't hide from it.
Yeah, I really appreciate you being so candid there, Suzy, because it's one of those things that you don't want to admit or talk about, right? Like, and I feel like again, that's 100% sort of relegated to women. Like, I'm not sure that some of the men that have been at this company as long as you have, or for less time than you have, are concerned about, you know, whether they need to hit the gym a little extra harder, or, you know, whether they're staying on trend so as to appear young, or what they're. How do you sort of compartmentalize that? You're a Hall of Famer, Suzy. Like, you're Suzy Kolber, and you still have to sort of battle some of those insecurities that lend you to say, yeah, but like, here comes the next generation, and we all know, broad spectrum, that this is sort of the idea that happens to us. Like, how do you deal with that and still do your job and do it so competently?
Well, for one, I'm glad that I just really love to work out.
It's good.
So that's good. I'm really not big on. I'm not big on injections or things like that. You know, like, that's kind of not me. I eat really healthy and I take really good care of myself. So, but I'm conscious of that, conscious of how I look, and you do have to compartmentalize it, honestly. Yeah, it's something that I think about, that you can't stop Father Time. You know, Tom Brady knows it, or, you know, everybody catches up with everybody at some point. And I hope that, especially at our company, that there's just a different way of looking at women as we move forward.
Yeah, I'm asking a lot of you all to be very vulnerable and sort of talk about some of your insecurities. And I'll be honest with you, like, for me, I don't know how this shot is hitting me, but I'm like 11 months pregnant. And this is my second child since working at ESPN. And I know how good the company was to me the first time. Like, I know how much they rallied around me and supported me. And we all sort of have those, I think, insecurities when we're deciding to start a family. And again, I don't think that this is just in sports. I talk to women all the time that are like, I don't know if you know, my boss is going to think that I'm somehow going to lose my ambition because I decided to have a family, or what happens the first time I have to call out because I've got to take my kid to a milestone, you know, doctor's appointment. Are they going to think that I don't care anymore? And so I'm certainly going through a bout of that as well, Suzy, where you're just sort of like, I'm going to be gone for 3 months, right? Like, I feel like I'm trying to pick up steam, and I'm trying to do as many shows as possible, and I want to be relevant. And what happens if they bring in someone to back me up, and she's amazing with my co-host, and then, like, all of a sudden no one likes me anymore, no one wants me? So I understand that I'm sort of battling some of those things as well. And I think that some of that is manifested inside of us and sort of made up, and some of that is obviously because we've seen that happen time and time again. What about you, Tony? Has there been a situation that comes to mind where you sort of think of you pulling yourself out of a pit of misery and despair in terms of where you were at with your career?
No, oh, well, you know what? I think when I face the most fear, my English is my second language. You know, all I know has been Spanish, and I worked in Spanish television, Spanish sports. Now, taking that leap of faith in the unknown, you know, completely. It's not like you turn off a switch and you speak English, and you turn off a switch and you speak Spanish. No, it's all in there. You know what I mean? And taking that leap of faith and believing in myself that I could do my passion, what I love, in another language, right? Leaving what I know, leaving everything, leaving television in Spanish to go to digital, because I'll be frank, you guys, when I got here, my first audition, I bombed it, and they told me I was green and goodbye, you know, and it made me work harder. And you know, it's been 7 years, but the process of starting in digital to updates to now I get to sit next to David Lloyd. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pinch me moment every day, and I get to learn so much. So I think the fear of thinking, hey, I can't do this, or you're gonna, you know, my English is not good enough, or I don't have the eloquency or the dialect. But you know, that's why the showing up and trying it and having the support. Like, I remember when I think you picked me up. I remember after one show that my brain goes crazy, right? And you're like, hey, own this. You're bilingual. If they don't understand, then say it in Spanish. Dilo, niña. And you know what? You're bilingual, and own that. And I remember that, and that was awesome, Elle, and I'm really grateful for that. But yeah, it was just being authentic and owning that, because yeah, it's beautiful. You know what I mean? So it turned from fear into beauty.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what makes you, Tony. And by the way, there's nothing like sitting next to you while you get going. We're doing like a Dominican League baseball highlight. I'm like, get him, Tony. Yeah. I don't know anything that you just said, and it is remarkable. But it is. I mean, I don't think that there's enough made into that. Like, you sit on a desk speaking a language that is not your first language with, by the way, you know, a mother who is very famous journalist. in the Latino world, very famous. And so there's a lot of pressure for you for that name, to have that name and carry that name. And I think you do an incredible job. And not only that, you're a really remarkable person. So sometimes, again, it takes the people around you reminding you that, Tony, you know, ESPN doesn't hand out jobs for charity, right? Like, you have this job, we have this job because we earn this job. And we're sitting on the same desk with these same people that we're praising. But you're here because of what you did to be here and not for any other reason than that. So make sure that you remember that and you own that. And also, if not for you being here, I wouldn't be able to say Antonietta Collins. Hi. Yeah, I'm working on I'm rolling a little bit. I'm working on that. Exactly. I do want to ask you, Malika, again, as someone that's sort of young, and your whole profession is really nurturing relationships, right? Like, that's what reporters do, and that's how they get this inside information and knowledge. But outside of just what it takes for your job, what would you say are some of the most important relationships for women in general to nurture in their life?
Well, I think for work, for me, the most important relationships are the ones that you have to nurture with your sources. But those relationships, and for people in other industries, that's probably your business partner or your colleagues or whoever it is that you have to face day after day, whether or not the previous day was positive or negative. And having to do that, for me, it's with sources within the industry, within the NBA. Having to do that every single day makes it all the more necessary that you have an incredibly strong relationship with yourself. Because if you are working on this relationship with other people, it is draining to be giving kind of all of the time, to be putting your needs second all of the time, to sometimes being yelled at or told you're not doing things right or that their message is more important than yours. And so to deal with all of that for 10 hours a day means the other 14, you better have a damn strong conviction in who you are and take care of that. And that's something that I'm still working on. I think that it's something that has always been hard for me, but I do think it is the most important thing. And then when you have that relationship with yourself, I know it's cliche and it's been said before, but that's when you can take care of others better. And especially in incredibly demanding jobs, I think it becomes even more important to sort of hone and embrace and take care of who you are as a person, as a woman, especially when oftentimes you are told repeatedly that whatever you did, and what we do is put a part of ourselves out there, whether it's writing or your face on television, it's a part of you. And so if that is being critiqued all the time, then you better be able to have to come back at the end of the day and be okay with the skin that you're sitting in. And so that's something that I think I'm not great at. I'm still working on it. I think it's something that I hope gets a little bit better with time, but I think it's probably the most important relationship.
Self-preservation, right? Like, you think that what you said is cliche. I'll meet your cliche with this one. There's a reason, right? When you get on the plane, they say, if anything happens, put the mask on yourself first and then help the person next to you, because you can't do anything if you're not taking care of self. And I'm glad you brought that up too, because I think one of the things that women need to do a better job of is we're very giving of our time and giving of our emotions and giving, you know, we give and give and give until there's absolutely nothing left. And self-care is incredibly important. Suzy, do you have any advice or a tip when it comes to self-care that you would want to share with the women of that are watching this panel right now?
I think especially in everything that we're all going through right now, I've always been exceptionally health conscious. I eat mostly organic, vegan. As I mentioned, I love to work out. I drink tons of water all that time on planes or in hotels. I'm always doing that. I always find time to go to the gym. There's a group of us, you know, when we're on the road, that you always see the same group of people in the hotel gym, you know, on those game day mornings or whatever it is. That's my meditation. That's how I stay sane. And there's not many times I'll give it up. No, I know you want me to do that. I'm walking out the door to go to the gym. I'm doing it. I am really selfish about that as my time.
Tony, what about you? What's your best form of self-care?
You know what, recently, since the whole COVID-19 and since March, it's honestly taking care of what's going in your heart and in my mind, and therapy. And I'm being completely transparent. I think talking to someone and being able to change situations and how you see patterns, you know what I mean? Like being able to transform failures and mistakes into positive opportunities to come back the next day and do it better and enjoy that journey instead of seeing it as something pessimistic. So for me, it's been talking to someone unbiased to give me that advice to recalibrate the CPU and be like, hey, chill, it's okay. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just need to talk to somebody, especially with so many things that we've been going through this year.
Your brain's a muscle. It's the most important muscle. So while, yes, we all wish we could look like Suzy Kolber, it doesn't matter how fit you are physically if you're not mentally fit. And I have sat on numerous a couch through my life. So that's awesome, Tony. I think therapy is incredibly important. We're now going to turn some of the questions over to Twitter. Dun, dun, dun. It's time for our Wells Fargo office hour. So people decided that they wanted to ask some folks on the panel here some specific questions. And I'm going to start here with Malika. This comes from @Kate Schwartz. And the question is, could you talk about any specific learning experiences that you had being the main reporter in the NBA bubble at 25 years old and the impact it has not only for women, but specifically Black women in this industry?
Oof, wow, Kate, that's a weighted question. I think I learned a lot being in the NBA bubble as a human, as a reporter, but specifically, I think for Black women, it was an interesting time to be in a space where you're covering the fallout of what happened with the killing of Breonna Taylor. And I think that we were listening to incredibly well-spoken and thoughtful Black men, Black athletes talk about their feelings towards what happened there. And I think that there is a lot of the national conversation that is dominated by Black men and their interactions with police, and sometimes Black women, those interactions fall by the wayside. And so I remember, and this is being, again, really honest, having conversations with different shows and feeling strongly about lending my reporting to some of those shows and having the thought on some sides be, well, we already have a Black male reporter talking about these things. Why do we need two? And as soon as I offered up different information, it was a quick yes. It wasn't something that it was a long back and forth and there were fights over at all. But it did underscore to me the thought that for many people, diversity is blanketed. It is Black people, women, and everyone falls under those categories, and that's fine. And as long as we tick one box, we're being sensitive to it. But I think over the course of the time we were there was more thought put into the variety of different perspectives that was needed and the variety of different reporting that was needed on that subject. And so I felt like in covering those moments, in covering the walkout, the Wildcat strike from the Bucks, in covering what happened in terms of players talking about Breonna Taylor, I think that it was reaffirmed to me that my reporting there was needed and necessary, and I learned a lot from it, but it was hard. And I also didn't try to think the entire time about maybe how I was the Black woman representative, because I think that can be crushing at times when you put the weight of all Black women on your shoulders. I tried to just think of it day at a time, telling the best stories I could. I hope that answered your question,
Yeah,
Kate.
we're not a monolith, right? But I think that as good as and as talented as you are, and the amazing job that you did in the bubble, Malika, let me just say, I can't speak for everybody here, but what's going to stand out to me always was, you being transparent and you being so vulnerable on television with SVP and admitting how much you saw yourself in Breonna Taylor and what that was like. Because it's one thing to cover something, but we're humans first. This idea that, well, we just stick to sports and we cover it and then we stick and move and we get out and we don't have opinions. I mean, you had to have been affected by what's happening, by what you were seeing. And I thought it was really beautiful that moment sort of came together. And I know a very organic way, because I know you very well, and no one wants to be emotional on television. But I think that you sharing that to me is going to be one of those things that will sort of forever be emblematic with that specific experience in the bubble. So I was just so proud of you as someone that loves you and remembers before your first day at ESPN, just to see, you know, you open up like that, I thought was really incredible. So I commend you certainly for that. Our next question, and do you like how I answered for Kate? I was like, yeah, you answered it, Malika. I imagine you did. It was great. Our next question is for Suzy. The question comes from UO Warsaw Center. How has your experience working in the NFL changed over time? What do you wish you better understood at the beginning of your career? What still needs to evolve? Thanks, Cheetahs. There is 3 questions there. You want to pick which one, Suzy?
Well, let's start with the what needs to evolve, because whenever I'm interviewed, people always ask me this, just about women and play-by-play, because if there's probably one area in the business that is still short-staffed, that's what it is. And along the way, I probably could have had the opportunity, but I just felt like I would have had to take a few steps back to get there. I really enjoyed, I love the NFL and everything about the NFL world. And just because I respect the sports and the audience so much, I felt like I would have had to have, you know, step back to some smaller college games or things like that. So I always encourage women to, like, if this is what you want to do, just like the guys at their high school or college stations are doing the play-by-play, that if this is something that you're interested in, get involved early so we can see and hear more women's voices doing that, doing play-by-play, not just sideline reporters, but establish a little bit more throughout the whole industry. So that's something I think that we would like to see be better represented.
Listen, I agree with you there. I think it was huge. I think Jimmy mentioned it earlier, but like Mina Kimes, right? Like she's an analyst, and I love that because I too love the NFL and I love football like so many of you do that are watching, so many people that are on this panel. And I guess I never really envisioned that like a female that had never played the sport could be an analyst. And it was like, well, why the hell not, right? Like these dudes cover football. They've never played. I mean, obviously you've got plenty that have, but like a lot of these people have never played before. And for Mina to be an analyst, I know that I'm like way older than her, but I was so inspired by her and just, I thought it was incredible because there's so many little girls now that are going to grow up in the same way that I grew up wanting to be Robin Roberts, that are going to grow up and be like, I want to be Mina Kimes, and I want to sit there with those dudes that did play in the NFL and still say, I belong here, I know football, and here's my opinion. So I think that's pretty significant. Tony, this one's for you. Oh. And it's from, and it's from Jamie Kelton. It says, as a rising sports broadcaster, what's the most important quality to have when working to make it to the sideline, game day, or in studio on the ESPN set? What's your thought?
You know what? Sal Paolantonio told me this when I first met him. We were covering boxing, Mayweather, and Conor McGregor. First time I met him, and he was, he's a kid. You got to keep learning always, no matter what. Never think you're stopped learning, and be able to adjust to everything that you're going to be put into, because you're going to be put into different situations, and it's been able to mold and be able to be transparent and authentic. So that's what he said in his Sal voice. I can't do it, but like he was like, kid. I remember. I'm never gonna forget that. And we were in Las Vegas on set, and he's like, just be you, authentic, be able to mold, and never stop learning. And you know, it's corny, but it's true, right? It's so true. I think in every facet of whatever you do, it's about continuing to be open-minded and learning, and continue to learn and continue to adjust to everything that moves around you and whatever happens in life.
Yeah, I think there's this idea sometimes that like we need to be so self-assured, or we need to sort of reach the pinnacle of self-esteem by saying, this is who I am, this is unapologetically who I am. But I think, at least what I've learned in my experience, is you can sort of figure out what kind of broadcaster that you want to be, or what kind of whatever that you want to be, and then you work with people to help you become the best version of yourself. And that doesn't mean that you're not open to criticism or adaptability or understanding that you don't know everything, but it's a work in progress.
And that's sort of huge, being able to take that constructive criticism and going and asking for it, because one of the things here is that people will have it, but you have to go and ask for it. Hey, I didn't do this well, how can I do it better? Tell me so I can be better, and be excited about wanting to learn about that and not being afraid. I mean, it didn't come that as easy. Like I remember like knocking on the door and be like, oh, excuse me, and I was petrified. Now I meet with my supervisors and I'm like, okay, let's watch this. How can I do this better? Where can I, you know what I mean? It's also you going out there and finding that information.
Yeah, I feel like
not everybody
Suzy.
everybody in this business wants to be critiqued.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There are lots of people who don't because it's scary. I have, from the very first time I was ever on TV, and I still do it now, I record every single thing I do and I watch it back.
Wow.
And usually, it's, you if something happens on the air, you just, it's never as bad as how it felt, but for whatever reason, I never feel like I'm done learning or thinking, I could do that better, or learning something, because you are your own harshest critic. But also, don't be afraid to knock on the door and say, what can I be doing better? Because not everybody does that, but that's how you keep moving forward.
That's amazing. I mean, there's certainly plenty of film, right? But then there are sometimes, there's situations where you just take the tape and you burn it because it was that bad. And that actually takes us to our last question. And this comes via @Twitterstein. Yeah, for all. This is for all of you. So I'll start with you, Malika. Do you have any good shoot your shot stories, figurative swishes, and air balls welcome?
Can I say I don't even know what that means?
Oh, Malika.
I don't.
So do you have anything where you shot your best shot and you failed miserably, or you accomplished it incredibly well?
I mean, answering that question, I didn't even, right? Like that's
watching it happen in real time.
Airball, right? I couldn't have even, that's probably a good example. I mean, I've probably failed more times than I've succeeded. Probably the one that stuck with me the most was I worked at the New York Times. I did an internship there that was 3 months, and then they extended it, and it was a fellowship turned into 6 months, and then it was 9 months, and then it was a year. And I turned down several full-time jobs along the way because in my mind, I was determined to stay there. And at the end of those almost a year, they told me, God, and I'll never forget this. I was told that working at the New York Times is like being appointed a Supreme Court justice seat. It is a seat for life, and you're not ready. And I was crushed because I fully believed that anything I did after that would be a failure because I idolized that institution, and working there and getting that opportunity was one of the proudest moments I've had. I called my dad and he was thrilled. And then at the end, they told me I wasn't good enough. And I went to the Chicago Tribune and I had a wonderful experience there. And I fully believe if I hadn't gotten turned down by the Times, ended up at the Tribune, mentored by wonderful people there, I wouldn't have gotten a call from the incomparable Christina Douglas saying, would you be interested in a position at ESPN? We would like to interview for it. And I'm not a person who believes what comes around goes around. I do, but I don't. I'm not really superstitious. In that moment, I was just convinced that from there on, I was going to fail. But I guess things actually do happen for a reason. But that was a hard one to get over.
It worked out well. I'm gonna quote my queen, Robin Roberts, who said this on a panel that I did with her a couple of years ago. God's delay is not his denial. I was like, yes, ma'am, preach. I stand you. What about you, Suzy? Do you have a figurative air ball, or I feel like, do I need to explain it more after Malika? An air ball or a make? Okay.
Can I do one really big one, and then one just like something that just happened that was funny?
Do whatever you want.
Okay. So you introduced me as, the little girl who played football. And at the time, it was unheard of for little girls to want to play football. And it was the parents that didn't want me to play, not the boys and the coaches. They could all see that I could play. But they threatened to shut down the league. But, I wanted to be the quarterback. So in the ultimate foreshadowing of anything, so what happened, my career, I turned out to be, and this is really Steve Young's words more than mine, that I'm the quarterback. I'm the quarterback of guys who are Hall of Famers, for Steve Young and for Randy Moss, who sit on that set with me. And we also, now Booger McFarland, Adam Schefter, that I got to be the quarterback. And my career has lasted a lot longer than most quarterbacks. So that one I'll say is swish. So real quick, one of the foundational things at the end of Monday Night Countdown is "Come on, man," And the last shot in this past Monday's was Aaron Rodgers. He celebrated a touchdown that hadn't really happened. And he did some pretty heavy-duty hip thrusts. And Booger McFarland was doing it. And he was like, not just one thrust, not just two, but three. And it just sort of struck me as we came out of that shot. And I said to the guys on air, you know, there's nothing worse than premature celebration.
I love it. I love it.
That's it.
I love it. It's also one of those that I'm not going to touch. Tony. No, man. I was all that. No, well, for my sports internship, I wanted to be like a hockey reporter. I know, Mexican here wanting to cover hockey, but I thought of it as really super fast soccer at that time. And then I got the match. So that was one that I really, but you know what? I got to cover the Pan American Games here for the Portas, and I was so excited. I love it. It's one of the best experiences. And I'm like getting ready for all the U.S. because I was going to cover the Americans down in Peru. And, you know, I got rugby and basketball and asked me about the rosters and this and that. And when I get there, I was assigned to gymnastics, to artistic gymnastics, and talking about the ribbons, and which is great, but I had no, you guys, I was all ready for everything else except artistic gymnastics, and I ended up learning about the ribbon and everything, so it's, yeah. Mm-hmm. See, there you go. You walked in thinking you were talking about something you know, and mine very quickly before we wrap it up. Although we should have probably just dropped the mic on Suzy. I spent most of my life. I do believe that in this industry, you spend half the time either trying to inflate or conflate your ego. And I was in this like rare moment of like confidence, and I was like, you know what? I was doing local news, and I was like, I'm going to go to my boss, and I'm going to tell her right now, like, I can cover. The Braves were going to do a play-in game for the playoffs, and I was like, I don't know why she won't send me. I can do this. I can report on this. I know baseball. The Braves are my favorite team. I'm going to kill this, and then she's going to see me as more than a traffic reporter. So they plot me on that sideline live. I had never done a live hit on television before. And I absolutely bombed, and not in a good way, like a home run bomb, like an actual bomb. It was so terrible. But it taught me what you've been saying, all of you have been saying on this panel, preparedness. Yep. You've got to walk the walk and talk the talk. That yes, you have to self-promote and advocate, but you also have to be ready when you are asked to step into that role. So thank you, ladies, so much for this last hour, for saying all of this, saying all of the things, and really just sharing your experiences. Again, I think we all have some shared experiences, but also there's a lot of commonality between what we all go through as women, not just in a male-dominated sport, but as women in different parts of our career. So I thank you all so much, Malika Andrews, Antonietta Collins, Suzy Kolber. Thank you so much. I was absolutely tickled to have the opportunity to chat with you ladies today. And to close it out, we talked with one of those women that Tony just mentioned, someone that's always been there for her, Sage Steele.
Thank you, Elle, and thank you to those women. I have to say, my goal is to get all of us in a room together. And it's going to be really difficult because everybody's schedules are all over the place and traveling across the country, but that was awesome. I do want to share this. I started here in 2007. And this is when we were, this is 2 or 3 buildings ago when we were in cubicles, and my cubicle, my back faced Suzy Kolber. And I saw her name and her name on the cubicle, and I took a picture and I sent it to my parents. I'm like, I'm sitting next to Suzy Kolber. And then I hesitated to go over and introduce myself eventually because Suzy, listen, we saw the other side of Suzy just there, premature, good job, Suzy. And Suzy's very businesslike. Yeah. And if you go by her cubicle, she's got media guides from, 1950. She is Suzy Kolber. And what she said in there that stood out to me so much, be kind. Be kind to each other. This is hard enough for all of us in this industry. And then when we make it even harder, I think inadvertently at times, it really does take a toll. So I love what Suzy said. It's a reminder. She first started here in 1993. Yeah. Suzy has seen it all here. And so I think she's a beautiful example because at the end of the day, we've been saying this for 11 years at ESPNW. There is room for all of us. There absolutely is. And our job is to pass that baton and continue to uplift. And I know a lot stood out to you from that panel as well.
Well, I mean, it's interesting you say Suzy, because as I was watching, I was thinking, when I was in college, Suzy Kolber is who I saw on ESPN and who I admired. And as a huge NFL fan and football fan, I was like, Suzy's getting it done, and she's so inspiring. And you know, being here at ESPN, I just haven't interacted with Suzy enough.
Yeah.
And I think I've told her a few times that she's inspired me, but I don't know if she's ever believed it.
Yeah.
But to hear those stories.
Believe it, Suze.
Great. Yeah, definitely.
She is the gold star for sure. Setting that standard. Laura, thank you. By the way, you haven't been on TV yet today.
Oh, yes.
I missed a break.
I missed the desk.
Laura Gentili, who is the founder and the reason why we're all here at ESPNW. Okay, it is time to bring our friend Sarah Spain back in. Sarah, it's been, what, an hour since we've heard you talk? That is way too long.
Yes.
It is time for us to begin. I'm serious about that. To begin to wrap this up with what we do. Again, we did it yesterday, but we do it every single year at the end of our summit. And that is the ESPNW Top 5 presented by Toyota. It is sponsored for a reason because we have a lot to get to here. The thing is, Sarah, this is difficult. It's always so difficult to edit down our top 5 moments that stand out, and you get the honor of going first at number 5.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was good that I had my 2 before that last panel because there was so much in there. Those ladies are awesome and honest and inspiring and hilarious, and we're in great hands, both the future and the up-and-comers, and I love them. So I want to go back to Natalie Portman and to Glennon and to Abby, the co-owners of Angel City FC, and Julie Foudy. And just a reminder that they looked out into the world and they didn't just stop at what they already saw. And we all need to do that with all the things that we're taking from this summit. Keep that Kool-Aid energy, right? Don't think about how great we feel right now and send out those tweets and talk to your friends about how great this was and then go right back to doing everything the same. Right now, write down something that you thought about that you wanted, and as Glennon said, if you believe it and it's in there, then it's meant to be for you. So write down that thing that you want to do, career or life or otherwise, and email someone. Hold yourself accountable. Pick somebody and email them and tell them, on this day I'm putting it out there that this is something that I want, and tell them to follow up with you. Are you going after that thing that you want, or is it something that lives within the confines of this summit, and then you go back to your life and you let the things around you decide what you can do? I just think we need to have much bigger dreams. There's a great quote from Abby regarding glass ceilings. I'm mostly bolstered by folks who create their own ceilings. I'm less interested in banging down the door of some man who doesn't want me there. I'm more about building my own house. So let's build some new houses, and let's stop asking for permission and doubting ourselves and wondering if we can. I have a Zoom meeting this week with the owner of the Red Stars. We're coming for you, Angel City FC. I'm going to be an owner, and I'm going to get all my Chicago people, and this is not made up. I'm doing the same thing in Chicago, and we're going to spread it around, and I'm going to be a freaking owner because that's what I should be. And so we should all be writing the things down and emailing people and telling them what you want and go out and get them.
That's the thing. You've said it every single time. Action. Take action. Okay, we have 5 minutes left and a lot to get to. That was number 5. Number 4, it came just a little bit ago when our president, Jimmy Pitaro, came on with that WNBA, the orange hoodie. And I knew this about him because he said it to me, but to hear it again and to hear him say it out loud for the world to hear, his wife's job is as important as his. And remember, Jimmy Pitaro is the chairman of ESPN Sports Content. I mean, he's got a massive job, but his wife and her amazing career as an actress, and then, of course, holding down the fort when he's all over the place traveling for us and taking care of us here with their 2 teenage children. Leadership starts at the top.
And it's completely genuine. I mean,
100%.
You know, for folks who don't know Jimmy, I mean, he lives that, he believes it. He's traveled all around the country, as you said, for Jeannie, and it's really made a big difference just in our company alone.
Yeah, and so when your leader sets the tone in that way, and by the way, yes, as a man leading the way for us as we have an ESPNW summit, that to me said everything. Sarah, number 3.
So during this summit, while we're all sharing these awesome ideas and talking about all these things, we have to be reminded that not everybody agrees with us. Not everybody believes these things and believes in women. And there's just an article posted this morning about the dearth of women in sports radio. And some of the comments responding to why there aren't very many women feel like they're from 50 years ago, right? Women don't actually like sports. Generally speaking, women's interests tend to be things like fashion or pets or lifestyle or food. Or I hired a couple of women once and I couldn't find any more who wanted jobs. We're still doing that, right? The same way we say black men don't want to be coaches in the NFL. That's why I haven't hired any. No, that's not the answer. It's not the answer. So as much as we can all hold each other up here and have these conversations, we have to remember that there are people out there that are still fighting for those antiquated ideas, and we need to push back because radio, for instance, is still such an old boys club. And so shout out to Louise Cornetta and Allie Bronson and Amy Lawrence and the Good Karma ladies watching in Chicago, and Shideo Ogumake and Kate Scott, and the very few women out there that are trying to do it in radio, because that's one of those last bastions that we got to kick down the door.
And Sarah, you've been making it in radio for a long time. You've been doing the hard work, the crazy hours, the thankless shifts. So you're driving it.
Okay, we are on a hard out here. 2.5 minutes left. Glennon Doyle for at number 2 for me. This is one of her quotes. Something can be hard and hurt and still be right. And oh my, that hit me hard. Whether that means standing up for yourself at work, which can be scary. How about really looking inward and to yourself personally and making some difficult decisions personally? I'll just say it again. Something can be hard and hurt and still be right. That's number 2 for me. And drum roll, our leader at number 1. What's yours?
Well, for me, when I think back at not only this summit, but all 11, I think about all the people that have made this all happen. And the team behind the summit alone, it's just an extraordinary group of people who've made this summit happen virtually, the May summit happen virtually, the collection of women that we've brought together over the years, Rachel Epstein, Sarita Cobbs, making this all happen. When I think about you, Sage, and I think about Sarah, and I think about Julie, who've been the backbone hosting these summits year after year after year, the biggest takeaway is just surrounding yourself with people that give you energy and that make you feel great and make you feel inspired. And I think these 2 days always do that, but especially through a pandemic, especially through all these tough times, you have to surround yourself with people that are good, that inspire you, that bring out the best in you, make you better. And I think year after year, W's done that for me personally, but hopefully you, Sarah, hopefully all of us. And it's the biggest takeaway. You can't do any of this without people, organizations, structures, but look at this. These are all the folks who made this happen.
But Laura, think back. Okay, we have 60 seconds left. 11 years ago is when this began. When did you first come up with the idea that we needed this?
It was 12, 13 years ago. I mean, it was an idea, right? And it was an idea of how do we do more to elevate women in sports. But to think we've come this far, and to think there's so many women now embracing the idea and understanding the idea, and then Suzy's speaking now, and she brings it full circle because she was way ahead of me, that's for sure.
Laura, Sarah, I mean, there's nothing else we can even say about Laura Gentili. Thank you for your vision, and thank you for your courage to fight for this all those years ago. Sarah, let's get together. We have a lot to talk about with some drinks maybe next year for the 12th annual ESPNW Women in Sports Summit. We pray we are back at Pelican Hill with you. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching the ESPNW Women in Sports Summit, presented by Toyota.